There are no ACR tables up because ACR crashed earlier. I wasn't playing, but it looks like now all the tournaments are coming back up. And so I'm just waiting to I don't want to reg anything that's not coming back up. So, like for example, the 200 we normally play, which is normally double the blinds now, is only 550 big blinds. So it's kind of nice for us. So like this one's still suspended, but they're restarting them gradually. So, $100 100K I think it started at 10 a.m. and I'm getting in at 4 p.m. with 20 big blinds. How awesome is this? So once I confirm that these tables are actually nope, this one's suspended. So we'll be jumping in these ACR ones as um, they restart. We'll be playing this $100 100K. We'll play this 2 1500K. Play this probably this $80. Is this one frozen? I think so. Everyone has the same amount of chips. Oh, it looks like this one's running. Oh, just because it just started at 4 p.m. Yeah, we'll play this $80 50K PKO. Perfect. Get this one. Look at my OBS. Make sure this is actually like centered. Do this and then do this. That looks reasonable. You guys let me know. I did a test recording and everything looked pretty good on my end. So we're in that 88. What else we got on there? We got a $200 60K starting in 29 minutes and then a $100 PKO. So lots of good action. It's the last day of their little PKO series. So we'll play everything above this. The 88 40K, we may or may not play. Sometimes I don't like playing that tournament just because it goes super late. I wish the structure was a little bit faster. It started earlier. So that will be our ACR schedule. On WSOP over here, we have the 320 75K circuit event. King Queen 6. I'm going to check back. We don't have much equity, much going for us here. Jack High can still potentially be the best hand. Make sure I can click go live. Turn 8. A lot of the King X should be betting, so there's going to be a lot of Queen X in range. He'll have some 8X. We do block some like Jack 8. Not an unreasonable hand to bluff. I think I'm just going to try to show down the Jack High, though. Could fold out some Ace Highs on the turn, potentially, too. Okay, I'm going to click go live, and I think we should be good. Now I think we have a definite bluffing candidate. I think we could value bet as far down as like a really good 9X now. Jack 9, I think I could definitely value bet right here. If he has a king or a queen, I'm assuming they're going to bet. If you're in the chat, let me know. Let me know about sound and visuals. Facing a min raise from under the gun versus later positions, I for sure get a call here. Like this is, we could get spicy here if we wanted to. We actually do cover now. We'll be disciplined here and fold. I don't think flatting there is out of the question though. 7-6 off. This player does not fold their big blind. 14, 2 out of 14. Pretty aggressive, so we will not be stealing with 200 big blinds effective versus them. Good. That looks like everything looks and sounds good. So we're going to try to see when these, is this restarted yet or is it still frozen? Tournament is suspended by host. Again, they said they in the chat it said they're going to gradually restart. So whatever that means. Not going there yet. What about the $50? Is this going? We'll jump in this. Tables. That's suspended. I'm sure some of the I don't want to register until they're running because 200 big blinds deep. I'm going to fold this. King Jack suited here is close, out of position, no ante versus probably a pretty strong range. We're just not getting, we're getting 2-1 odds. I'm actually going to make a really tight fold because we're in early position here. Reasonable candidate to 4-bet too, but early on in these re-entry tournaments, just I tend to just be more value oriented. There's no real pressure on people, so it's hard to generate like tight folds when someone knows, oh, I can just re-enter. So once you get to the freeze out stage, it's a lot more. You have more fold equity basically. So I think like in these re-entry tournaments, you just kind of tighten up a little bit, go for a lot more thin value. So we just have these two for right now, but it will. These tournaments will be popping up here in a little bit. We'll be able to get them in. So I do have a notepad with different topics that we can discuss that I've been thinking about today. So as we get some like dry time and stuff, we can go ahead and what's going on in the 600. So all these day twos, these tournaments are not restarting, and I'm very happy because last night I almost fired another bullet in that. This player has a 91% fold to 3-bet. It's really high. Um, and now the restart is going to be next Sunday, it seems, potentially, or something. But the win has a 1K 1 million this week with day 2 on Sunday that I want to play. So we get cold call here, like 200 effective. Do we cover? He has 202.3. We have 201, so we don't cover him, which is not very good. This player covers 195.16. Yeah, we cover them. This range should be like, I'm guessing this range is like queens plus ace king and almost never a bluff. And so we're going to put in the 4-bet. I am going to put the 4-bet into, we don't need to make it that big. So we make it like 55 here. The pot will be like 110. I think it's reasonable to just shove because of how tight this, how strong this range is. But this guy seems loosey-goosey. So maybe he'll come along bounty hunting because he covers us. So we'll give him some little rope. But yeah, I'm like completely unbalanced here. But this guy is too, because I don't think this is like, this guy's a 17-10-6. Like this is never a bluff, I don't think. Yep, this is nice. I mean, whew, let's roll. Let's run it. Queens and eights. Spicy, spicy, everyone. That's a good way to start the stream. 600 big blind pots. Don't win those every day. That's what I was talking about. Like with re-entry, like this guy probably can fold queens there. I mean, but this guy is, I don't know. Here's the thing. Like obviously we want to go after this bounty, but there's no chance we're getting heads up with this player. And there's almost no chance, like, it's going to go like 5 ways. And my hand is like almost impossible to win the pot 5 ways. I mean, I just got to fold here, even though I have 40 off. Like, if I can get it heads up, then sure. I mean, I guess I could just min raise and see if everyone doesn't notice, but like, I can't call 3-bets. Like, it's just gonna be impossible. Like, it's an unfortunate situation there that I think the correct play is to fold. I mean, there is 30,000 chips in the pot, 50,000 chips, 100 big blinds dead. We start with 100K, 25K dead, so 50 big blinds dead. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's not worth much either way. I'm just not going to win the pot enough. Mm, let's see here. Looks like everything looks good on my end. Scott says no table tamer on WSOP. Matt. So I used to use table tamer, but table tamer had some bugs where it was causing like disconnections with ACR. So because of that, I stopped using it. There's no ante in WSOP events, as is deep stack. Does your opening range and big blind steel range resemble a cash game? Yeah, I mean, so this is essentially playing a 150 big blind cash game. 100% correct. So like here, like I'm not gonna open, no ante. Um, like deep stacked out of position, I want to have much more playability than ace jack. I'm not folding, but to put in a squeeze. So like ace jack suited, king jack suited, king queen suited, even ace 10 suited. Those are the types of hands I would squeeze here. This player bets 3 big blinds. I don't. I think like this is gonna be a pretty high frequency call. Not having much backup per se. And on the turn jack, it does complete 10-8 suited, which is kind of important. Here we do have all the 10-8s, but this is not going to be a card that we want to lead. Our leads would come more on like a 9x. Player checks. So when we bet big, the hands that are on bluff catch are like kings and queens, potentially. So that's kind of nice. Our bluffs are going to come from like hands like 8-6. That's our main bluff, is probably 8-6 here. We don't have a ton of bluffs here. I'm going to just go. If he has an ace, he's going to value bet anyways. No, I probably should have bet there. He's 6-7 suited. The reason I check there is if he has an ace, he's probably going to value bet, and I can get a check raise in, versus I'm probably never getting raised. I could have bet really small, like block like 2 to 3 big blinds. I think that would have been reasonable. Probably should have thought that through a little bit more, because like kings, but I don't think he's c-betting kings and queens multi-way there. So let's see if this is going. This is kind of annoying to have to check every 10 minutes, but yeah, like some of these tournaments just might get canceled. That's why I don't want to reg. I have to rely on a refund. Let's check this tournament. Nope. Let's check their Twitter. See what's going on the ACR Twitter. Let's see what's going on. So this gameplay is removed. Ton 7 off is gonna be like bottom. Or like 80. This is an open. I don't know. This might not be an open at 200, but since we are covering both players, we can make a semi-netted hand. So sure. So this is gonna be a fold. Yeah, it's only a min raise, but there's no ante, and we're playing out of position 4 ways. Like it's just really hard to recognize our equity. Um, 10-7-4 rainbow. So the deeper stacked we are here, the more checks we're gonna play here. Like we can't stack off with like over pairs and stuff. So we're gonna be checking here a decent amount. And like a 7x here, like I'd bet like an 8-7, maybe like a 9-7. These middling sevens are ones that want to play a pretty high frequency check. So we face a like 60% pot bet. This player's betting like 4 to win 12. We need to defend about 2/3 of our range. Like we're gonna have some sixes, some 5x, some 4x, but we still need to defend like club draws and like some ace king, ace queen here. Still, we'll have some high card hands to defend. And I think this is a pretty clear check. We'll have some 2 pair, like 5-6 potential type hands that we could value bet here. And we lose to ace jack, which is a interesting probe bet to say the least. I'm actually going to take a note that this player is over probing turn. I think even that hand though could probably check raise flop. Sixes here. I'm going to mix for a 3-bet. Where's my randomizer? I'm going to 3-bet this like a quarter of the time. So I rolled a 7, which is a call. And like this would normally never, like, you know, if you think about like 60 big blinds, we never 3-bet here. But as you get really deep stacked, you want to 3-bet these pairs a decent amount. They give you really good board coverage, so it makes it really nice. Like when the flop comes like 7-6 deuce, that's a board they're going to attack a lot, especially very deep stacked. Queen, queen, 8, we'll have some offsuit like queen, jack, king, queen type hands. I don't think this is a hand we necessarily want to bet. We're not getting like a lot of 2 overcard hands to the 8 to fold here. A lot of them have gut shots, etc. So we'll have to, like this deep stack, we probably want to check back a little bit of queen X versus this small bet here. I don't think we get to fold pairs. It's a quarter pot bet. We need to defend about 80% of the time. So we only get to fold 20%. And that's going to come from like just some trash. We'll have some like ace 5 of spades and stuff that we want to fold. Versus check here. I'm assuming their value bet most of their king X. I don't think I get a value bet this. I think this is too thin. We lose to the quads. So it's fine. Some bad river cards for us there. I think the turn card call though is pretty reasonable. Like in theory, this is definitely a fold. I'm trying to decide if I can exploitably call here with like weak players behind. I'm actually gonna fold here, and the reason with like with threes here is this deep. It's more likely like I get set over set rather than I set over set someone, or like that I stack like ace king on like an ace 7-3 flop or something. This deep stack, like if there's 50 big blinds, I'm gonna stack ace king on ace 7-3. But this deep, I'm probably not. And I still have 6 players left to act. I have 2 threes in my hand, which don't block like squeezes. So I'm gonna get squeezed on like just like this, and then have to invest more money in the pot. So I think folding here is pretty reasonable. Obviously that happens. Yeah, so I don't know if these tournaments are restarting or not. Jack succeeded. We're gonna fold. Queen 4 off. We're gonna fold. Get the chat up here. Yeah, so, as I've said before, feel free to ask any questions. I know we only have 2 tables up. Slightly out of my control. We're going to get more tables up as these tournaments start rolling. Actually, let's see, does this 60K that just started, is that running? Because if it is, we'll jump in that. 13 players. It's probably going to be a much tougher field because of the the Recs are kind of probably over it after all the tournaments shutting down. But yeah, we'll probably jump in that. I'm going to fold this 8-5 suited. What part of our range should we probe on the 4-liner board A7 6-4? I will have some 8x in my range on that board that I checked back, but in general, like, you can probe, like, it's a pretty high frequency probe spot, but like, if you think about it, what types of hands am I most likely to fold out? High card hands. Ace king, ace queen, king jack. Like, I'm not folding ace queen and king and ace king to his probe. So if he probes with ace jack, he's not going to fold out any better hand, because I'm going to call with all my pairs and my best high card hands. And so he's not going to probe with those. And so just going to, and then we'll check the queen 5. Probably a little bit of leading here, but this is not the type of hand I want to be leading with. Turn 8, I definitely have like an asymmetric advantage around 7x, but again, I don't think this is the type of hand I want to probe. Versus big bet here. I mean, big, like 75%. I'm gonna have enough other pairs. I need to defend. I don't think I need to defend this. I have a lot of interaction on this board, and so I get to fold a decent amount of pairs, especially when the MDF is split between 2 of us. So this player's just getting that tag. Actually, yep. So we'll jump in this 260K right now. It's gonna be a little tougher field, but that's fine. We're in there we'll challenge ourselves against some of the regulars that play on here a lot, and we immediately get this ace king suited. That looks pretty good there. And then we'll register for this 109 50K PKO. Have our 4 tables going. Aces versus kings play a big pot. So recognize pretty much all of these names. Not quite ideal. We're going to raise it up. I think this deep we can make our ISOs pretty big as we're in position and want to play a pretty big pot. So I'll be completely honest, I haven't done much 200 big blind studying at all. So yeah, the 200 big blind play, I'm definitely out of touch, I guess would be the right word. I just don't think in terms of like how you want to dedicate your study time, doesn't make a lot of sense. I was watching some stuff from Patrick Leonard though, and he made some good points in terms of like the biggest buy-in tournaments you play. You're normally going to play from the very beginning, and they normally are going to have the best structures. So the fact that those are going to be your highest like equity spots. He does spend a decent amount of time studying 100 big blind because of that's where like he will encounter a lot of spots like live tournaments, like live 5Ks, live 10Ks, scoop events, etc. So yeah, it's kind of a interesting spot. It's one of those things I would put further down on the list once you've studied a lot of like 40 big blind play. I think 30 big blind play is really, really, really important. Um, but yeah, prioritizing like your study. I'm going to talk about a little bit about study today. That's on one of my lists of topics we can discuss. Hi CB, how's it going? What's happening on the strip? Are they still eight-handed with plastic separating the players? No. I was actually playing on Friday. So I am fully vaccinated and here in Vegas, and so that was the first time I played poker with. There's no mask. They're eight-handed and no plastic dividers. Yeah, so probably like 80% of the. Yeah, so like Vegas, like poker is kind of back to normal now. I'll be playing this week at the Win. They have the 1K 1 million going on this weekend. So I'll be playing a couple fights on that on Friday and Saturday. We will call here. So I think a lot of people want to squeeze this, and there might be a little bit of squeezing here with 6-5 suited. The problem with this being 200 big blinds deep with 6-5 suited is you make a lot of. You have to kind of be careful with these suited connectors 200 big blinds deep because you make a lot of second best hands. And making second best hands when you're 200 big blinds deep is expensive. So I think these hands are like very overrated at this deep of a stack depth because like when you make a flush and a lot of money goes in, someone's probably got a better flush. If you make a straight on like 7, 8, 9, Jack 10 is going to be in ranges and stuff, and so you have to be like pretty careful when you get like kind of the sweet spot for these suited connectors is like 60 to like 100 big blinds. Full ace 8 off, full king 6 off. I'll be back in 1 second. You gotta let the dog out really quick. Color tags. Yeah, so like green is a whale, light blue is a recreational. Um, Blue, yellow, and red are regs to different degrees. Fold this. Wow, this tournament still hasn't restarted yet. The best part is they're not out of late reg. There's no ICM chop. Yeah, it's not looking likely that those two tournaments are going to go, which is unfortunate because those are like the two of the bigger tournaments to play today. So it looks like they're doing so we got this 109 PKO that's gonna go. So we got that. So we have 4 tables, which is more than enough. Trying to, sorry, I have Twitter open on the side here because I'm Trying to see with if these other ones are gonna get going. Fold this. H5 off here. This player's not supposed to raise very much. This could be a reasonable hand to 3-bet, but I think this range is going to be pretty strong, and they're probably not likely to fold a lot here in re-entry, in out of position. That being said, obviously I'm not folding. I think call and just kind of playing position is a reasonable option here. Versus 60% here. We still need to defend a lot. And our range is tighter, which is nice when we call. If I didn't have a club, I think this is an easy fold. If I had the ace of clubs, it's an easy call. I am going to peel with the 5 of clubs and the overcard. I think this is just a hand that still needs to continue. But versus 60%, it is a little bit close. Doesn't seem like a board that should be c-bet very often. Probably over c-betting here. And yeah, we block ace king, but like pretty good card for us in terms of, yeah, like we don't have ace king, but like all our jack nines made a pair, like hands like 10-9, king 9, king high hands have an open ender now. We're gonna have a lot of 9x floats that have open enders now, so this is a hand that we can just go ahead and ditch now. All right. So Doug Carter, welcome. Part 1, question thought about blocker concept. Sometimes I get contradicting thoughts about blockers. For example, we made 3-bet a weakish ace-x hand because it blocks ace-x and aces, but then we also want to bluff a weakish ace-x hand on the river to get ace-king, ace-queen to fold. Question, how do you balance the contradicting logic? So blockers should be kind of the like last part of your decision making process. I think in really close situations, I think that's where you want to start to use them. But in general, when you're bluffing, you want to have cards in your hand that they're going to call with. So the reason you like to have an ace in your hand when you 3-bet, because the most common hands that people call 3-bets with are with an ace in their hand, and so you reduce the odds that they're going to fold. So it's a mathematically higher percentage chance they're going to fold when you have an ace in your hand versus when you have a deuce in their hand. On the river, let's say they're going to call with ace king, ace queen when you bet the river on an ace high board. It's probably reasonable to want to have a king or the queen in your hand when you bluff, because then you block the hands that they're going to call with. You want to also like unblock hands that they're going to fold. So I'll try to point out some examples of that today for you. But in general, yeah, I do think you're overthinking it. And just as a basic form, you want to be blocking hands that are going to call, and you want to unblock hands that are going to fold. Easy fold here with the ace-5. This is an open. This is a fine open. Aces. So we got a weak player that limps a lot. So they probably have a stronger range, more polarized range. We're going to make it pretty big here. And the reason we want to make it big is we're going to be really, really polarized here. And we want to get maximum value from our really strong hands like aces and kings and queens. We also want to like reduce the SPR since we're going to be out of position. I'm actually going to limp re-raise here. I think this is a pretty good hand normally to do it. Pretty good flop for the imposition in terms of they're going to have hands like jacks, nines, and sevens at a pretty high frequency here. So we want to check this board quite a bit, I think, and aces make some sense because we don't really need protection. I think if I had like queens, I'd always be betting. That's obviously a pretty good turn card. This player's pretty like, I don't see him checking back sets or straights. I'm going to check here with 10-9 suited. I'm going to just go ahead and half pot it. There is a lot of draws out there, so I don't really want to bet a third, I think, necessarily. That's a very good river card. We're probably going to get paid off against hands like Jack X. Obviously, we make a straight. I'm supposed to check here a lot. The Jack is not a card that I'm going to have very often here. But this player is pretty weak, and they're not going to value bet thin enough. I'm just going to go ahead and shove. I'm going to get called by a Jack anyways, and I don't think this player is going to probably bluff enough. Get called by this player. They did check back the flop, so they're probably pretty weak. They can still have 10-9 here, so I don't think we need to go like over bets here. I think this is reasonable sizing. Like checking here does make a decent amount of sense here, blocking ace-x calls, but I don't know. I think in that re-entry portion, people just get a little bit too call happy here. Jack 9 here, king 5 deuce. We'll go ahead and bet here. The 5 and the deuce don't really connect too much here. This is like a regular. I think there should be a lot of checking there, but it doesn't seem like the type of player that's going to bluff a lot. We will call here with sixes. Now we're a little bit shallower, and we got this player that's probably going to come into the pot, and we can maybe try to flop a set, which we don't, which is fine. Versus min raise, we will be peeling with this 5 deuce of clubs, and we're just going to fold here to the quarter pot bet. We don't have to call as much as we normally do because the MDF is split between 3 of us. We're going to check this 5 deuce of clubs. Ace king is going to be an open here. Versus EP, this is just a fold now on the flop. I'm going to fold this queen deuce. So like here, I just don't know what I'm supposed to do with ace 10 off. Ace jack suited. If this was a later position flatter, I'd squeeze, but I'm just gonna flat here. I don't think I want to be three betting like all these like offsuit broadways. They just don't perform very well in big pots out of position. Like the SPR is still going to be really deep still. Call their weakest floats are going to be like Broadway with no backdoor. We're going to check. So this player is going to have a lot of like Broadway diamonds, Broadway spades, clubs, some ace X, pocket pairs. I'm going to bet here with ace king. In terms of sizing, they can have like some ace 7 off, ace 4 off that we don't have. Ace 10 off here. I'm just going to. Actually, that was probably a call with ace 10 off potentially. I mean, versus like 15% here when we have a draw to the nuts, I don't think we're going to fold. And like the hands we want to fold out are like ace queen, ace jack. I think we blocked too many of the folds here. We'll raise it up to 3-5 of hearts, and we will defend versus min here, partially because we cover as well. That's part of it. So I don't think this is a flop we do a lot of check raising on. And the reason is, and like I would flat some fours and deuces, is that we don't really have, we have like fours and deuces. We do have some eights. Wow, this is, what a spot this is. The ace is like a really good card that on the ace, like I should expect a lot of barreling from him. If this player has like hands like 9s, 10s, and jacks, they're going to keep barreling here. I don't think the 6 is quite good enough that we're going to start leading on the 6. They have like their better 8x hands, 9s, 10s, jacks. So this player's range now, I would consider is pretty capped. And the reason is like, yeah, they can improve this in like ace 4, maybe king 4 suited, but like I think hands like 9s through aces are probably going to barrel turn. And so when they have face a capped range, I think we get to do a lot of really big betting here. And I think I'm going to actually do something like this. We have plenty of bluffs. I'm going to bet these queens. We got called by king 6. Ace 6 suited here, out of position. If I had a little stronger ace, I would consider 4 betting here. I think this is close pre-flop, but I am going to call since we are deep enough. And then obviously we get it in here. So a lot of people bet like, oh, a third pot. I want, ace high to call. If I bet 2x pot here, like some ace highs still have to call here. The king 6 of hearts seems reasonable. I think to call with, I don't know. Versus like 4x here, we're going to fold the king queen. Could lead. I actually think this is a reasonable spot to have some. We do have a lot of like ace jack and jack 9. I think this is the type. I could either lead like this or check raise. I think both are fine. That might be. Now I think we just have a check. I'm not sure if that turn lead was good after check check on the king turn. Flop a gutter here. Could check raise. I'm going to go ahead and just call. The reason I'm going to call, I'd rather check raise with like an overcard to the 10. I'm drawing kind of thin against the 10x hand here now. And this is like a spot that's just really difficult to bluff now. Like pocket nines is probably the most likely bluff, maybe 10-9. Can't call now. What are some tips to use ICMizer to study? So remember, ICMizer is only used for deciding if pushing is better than folding. So that's number one. Number two is ask the right questions. I'm going to limp and play this as kind of a pull hand. And what I mean by pull hand, I want to pull people into the pot here with worse clubs. This is a hand that I can make the nuts very deep here and want to play. It plays really well multi-way. So ask the right questions. So let's say this player shoves for 14 big blinds on the button, and you have a hand like King Jack offsuit in the big blind, and you want to know if you should call with King Jack. The question to ask is not, should I call with King Jack? In my opinion, the question you should ask is, what type of range does this player need to be shoving to make King Jack a profitable call? We have these players behind us that can still have deuces and threes. We don't have a back door. I'm gonna make a really small raise here to I don't want to let like Jack 10 of diamonds peel or Jack 10 of hearts or Queen Jack of hearts behind me. So we're gonna make a kind of a raise for value. Hey Kelly, how's it going? I'll get back to that answer in a second, Vivi. So, well, I can explain it now. So the question asked is, what type of range do they need to be shoving to make King Jack profitable? So how I approach it, this is close when we're covering. Queen 6 deuce, I think we actually with. I'm gonna check back here with nut hearts. It's just we're not going to stack them with 7 deuce. All the extra equity here comes from like it's just really hard to stack them with 7 deuce. So how I approach it is, first I want to start with what's the tightest range I can really think of for the player, and what I'm establishing there is a baseline of what hands are always a call and I should never fold, and then I'll have what's like the loosest range. I could think of giving them Jack 9. If this is suited, I would peel. We'll just fold the Jack 9 off. We're going to fold this Ace 8 suited. The next question I'll ask is, what if this player shoves really loose? Then you know what's like the widest expansions I can make. And then what's kind of like a middle baseline ground. And that's kind of your average when you don't have any reads. So that's the range you want to go with. So you want to have that baseline. And what to learn to study with ICMizer is you don't want to memorize what it spits out. ICMizer spits out information based off what you input. So if you input shit, you're going to get shit outputs, and that's what a lot of people do. They just go with what the first answer ICMizer gives, and the ranges that people are shoving are nowhere close to those. Especially like one tip that most people don't do: make sure you take out the top of the range. If they have 16 big blinds and shove, they probably don't have aces, kings, and queens, and ace king suited and stuff. They're just going to call that, and that gives you more equity. They're going to have a more condensed middling range. So that's really important to think of as well. Easy open here. So you want to make sure, like, hopefully that helps. Since there's not many tournaments going tonight with the ACR crash, what we'll do is if we finish up early, like I'm scheduled to stream for at least 4 hours, so 8 p.m. Pacific. If we somehow finish before then, which is doubtful, then what we'll do is we'll do a little study review hand. I have some marked hands from yesterday that I haven't studied yet. We can kind of go through some of those hands and stuff if we have time. So Jack 9-8, very deep stacked here. This is a spot here. I'm going to check this 9-6. Spot where I think we want to check some hands like aces and kings and stuff too. And the reason is this isn't like we're like 40 big blinds where aces and kings and stuff can just stack off here. The stack off ranges are pretty tight, and so we're going to adjust our kind of c-betting. We don't want to build massive pots with weaker hands at this deeper stack depth, in my opinion, but I could be wrong there. We still have to defend over half our range here. As that goes, like we're gonna have definitely some Jack X We'll definitely have some 10x. Um, 9x is kind of next, and having the 6 and having an open ender is pretty good here. Still having outs to like a 5 against 2 pair hands. Here we're definitely going to start with a bet. Ace queen 3 ways here. This player can have all the sets. This kind of hand sucks to check fold though, and sucks to check call. And then versus this, I think we just have a call. I don't think we get a raise a 6 here. There should be 2 pair of value bets here still. King 5. So like there, it's like really important there to think about your range in a very mathematical way in terms of, okay, once I check back, I have these weaker hands. All right, so turn 8, obviously we don't have much 8x. When you're very deep stacked, which we are here, and this player can have all the nut flushes, you end up playing a very passive strategy. So the deeper you are, and your opponent can just have the nuts, you end up playing very, very, very passive out of position. When they check back here, they almost never have clubs here because the pot's so small they need to kind of build a pot here with clubs. Green Terra, though, on the other hand, can definitely still have flushes here, so we need to be careful of Green Terra. We can still have flushes though as well, because we would have checked a lot of our flushes to bust me out for that same reason that we don't really want to build a big pot out of position where the in position player can just have the nuts here. I think this is going to be strong enough to go for some value. Some of my bluffs maybe would be like a hand like maybe pocket 7s here. And the reason I'm going small is because it's still very likely that this player can have the nuts. And when it's very likely that someone can have the nuts, your bet sizing is going to decrease. When it's unlikely they're going to have very strong hands, that's when your bet sizing increases. So it's kind of the opposite of what a lot of people think. Yeah, so fours here, we're going to, man, we're really deep here, but we have this player left to act. This is just a fold. So I like life. I don't know how to pronounce it, just Shuquatic. I like moving bounty sizes up and down and see how that changes ranges, or just stack sizes. Interested to see patterns of what combos move in and out. So this is exactly kind of what I was talking about, but in a different form. That you want to learn, because no one plays the same strategy. Okay, and you want to learn what inputs, when you change one input, how does it affect the output? That's what's really important. Learning the adjustments that you need to make when inputs change. That's what's really important with studying, whether it's with solvers or with ICM, all that type of stuff. Check, check, check. These players are probably a little bit weaker. We do have a hand with like equity here. I feel like Queen Jack, and so I'm debating if I want to. I'm gonna just check here. 4 ways. I don't have a ton of fold equity. Button cutoff hijack. So this deep, this is a fold. If we are like 40 big blinds, 50 big blinds, ace 9 is an open here though. Kind of tempting to value bet here, but 4 ways, you just have to, like, the equity threshold to value bet here is very high, so I don't think we get a value bet here. Yeah, so they have like a6, which is fine, I think. All right, we're on break, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out if these tournaments are going to play. Oh my god, that hand just ended. Let's see what's in. No, buddy. Okay. Top right in the 88 when you have the ace queen with the ace of clubs and the club 2 flush board. Are you ever value betting multi-way in position when the ace comes on the river if you don't have a club in your hand? Makes it less likely I'm going to value bet. I mean, the equity in my hand is higher when I have the ace of clubs because I remove a lot of strong value bets and traps from my opponents. So that's pretty important. But like when bust me out checks back, the ace of clubs comes less relevant because they're not checking back the nut flush very much ever, I don't think. And it's more about Green Terra, and if Green Terra is not like protecting their range, then it doesn't matter as much. But I mean, it definitely matters for sure. The stronger your ace, like the less it matters to have the ace of clubs. The weaker your ace, the more it matters to have the ace of clubs. If that makes sense. All right. I don't think I want to play the 8840K. It's gonna go too late. We'll stick with these four. Actually, WSOP. Ooh, we got the 250. So on WSOP we have the $250 25K. So we'll be playing that tournament. 40, 40, 50. Just going to call here. I was just trying to decide if I can shove, but sixes are too weak. This range is going to have too many like sevens through tens still. I think like tens I'd for sure shove there. Nines I'd probably even shove. And like maybe even eights. And then like I think sevens and below I just call. See what tournament I will. This is 2.1. We have an easy call with the king 3 suited. It's a good flop. So like here we kind of treat it like we just had a regular king 3. I think is the best way to think about it here. I think we're mostly going to just call. A lot of my check raises would come from like high-low flush draws. Ace is obviously not the best card. In terms of ace X, we'll have like ace of clubs. A lot of hands with like the ace of clubs 10, jack. If I had like ace of clubs 6, ace of clubs 7 and 8, I might have some of those. And then like ace of clubs deuce 3 and 4, I'd probably check raise. Essentially, I'm never folding the ace of clubs on the flop. 9-6 of diamonds here. Because it's a two-tone board, I have enough interaction that I don't need it to defend. Like I have a lot of 6x, 4x, deuce x, 3 to a straight boards. So a lot of our range is like 9x, 5x, weaker king x. We will have some ace x here. I think our king x has to all call, and then we start mixing some folds. Like 5x gets to fold a lot, and we mix some folds with 9x here. That being said, king x here with clubs is a no-brainer. 7 of spades. So spades are kind of asymmetric to imposition. I fold a lot of my spade combos on the flop. That being said, the 7 really doesn't improve my range much. I don't have any 8-6. I don't really have 5-7. I will have a little bit of 9-7. This king 3 probably needs to bluff catch a decent amount. So you bet 14 to 21. So they're risking 14 to win 35. So we need to defend somewhere around. So if you bet full pot, we need to defend 50%. If you bet half pot, 33. So we need to defend about 40% of our range. And a lot of our range is king x. So that's important here. We do have some ace x, for sure. But a lot of our range is king x. And having the 3 is really good because the 3 doesn't block bluffs. So a lot of the bluffs have to have like a queen, jack, or a 10 in them. And so I think king 3 is just going to be... I do have 9x of spades and 5x of spades, though. So I'm going to call this above the MDF. I think I need to call, so I needed to call 60% of my range. So I'm going to like fold this like 20% of the time. So I'm going to roll. I roll the 72, which is a call. They have ace 9, which is fine. I am going to lose there a decent amount, but like blocking some value. And yeah, I block like ace king. Kings probably doesn't take that. Yeah, kings can take that line. We'll mark it just to check to see how we're bluff catching on the river. But the key, like, important part there of the thought process is recognizing, hey, I don't have a lot of spade combos. I have some, but not a lot. I have some aces, but not a lot. So like my aces are obviously going to pure call there. Let me pull the hand back up. I will have 9x of spades and 5x of spades. That's gonna be like, and like queen jack and jack 10 of spades. That's pretty much gonna be it for my spades. But that's like, I guess we do have a decent amount of 9x of spades and 5x of spades. Um, that said, a lot of our range is still king x, and I think a hand like king 3. I'm gonna fold jack 5 here. So I think a hand like king 3 is better to call with than like king 6 or king 8, because I think one of the like bluffs that would be really make a lot of sense is like 7-6 or 7-8 for our opponent would make a lot of sense. Um, Maybe a hand like, yeah, like 7-6 and 7-8 are probably like pretty high frequency bluffs. King queen suited here. I think this deep it's gonna be a pretty high frequency 3-bet. I rolled an 11 though, which is really low. I think 3-betting here is pretty fine this deep because I can just call a 4-bet. So like having the 3, there's not a lot of 3x that's bluffing. So the 3 is really, really good. It might even be better to call king 3 than king 10 or king jack, because a lot of the calls, 9-7 suited here. I think we just fold. We got some 30 big blind stacks in the low jack here. We'll mix call and raise here. I rolled low, so we're just going to call. We don't really have kings and queens here a lot. There's a lot of runouts we won't be able to, like, if we make the pot really big on any ace, any jack, any 10, any club, there's a lot of runouts that we have to surrender a lot on. I think when we bet here, we don't have a lot of incentive to bet queen x here. So most of our value range here that we want to bet is going to be a lot of like 2-pair. So we'll have some king 8 suited, obviously king queen, maybe some pocket queens that we slow played pre-flop, and a lot of our value just doesn't want to bet small. So we're gonna start with a pretty big bet there in position. That's how I'm thinking about it. So I think calling here is pretty fine. And how I decided on like a 20% fold was I know I needed to defend 60% of my range. So I'm calling 60% of the time. I think this hand is an above average hand to call with. And so I'm going to call it more. There's a chance it's a pure call, but it is a bluff catcher, so it's probably going to mix folds. So that's why I went with like a 20% fold there. There's a chance my hand folds more. I don't think there's any chance. I don't want to say any, but I don't think there's much of a. I'd probably bet money that our hand is never a pure fold on the river. Jack 8 suited here. The problem with raising this hand is we reduce this range to a lot of like. There can be a lot of better flush draws here, so I don't think we're really incentivized yet to build this pot. Just went check, check. Turn jack. I'm going to go ahead and check. Against this size again, I think raising here is reasonable, but if this was a smaller size, I think raising would be more of an option here. But I'm going to still... I think we still call our flush draws. I didn't notice that this was double paired. I think flush draws still want to call in position. I think I can value that, my 3x here. I think they can still be... I could be wrong here. So I 2.5x pre. This guy does fold their big blind a lot. So it folds 18 out of 31. So I think a lot of 6x offsuit sixes are going to fold. And they don't really have much deuce x. They will have some suited ones. In terms of, yeah, I'm going to have some overpairs here. And I'm going to fold my 10-3 here, I think. I have a lot of ace high. I raise a lot of like. I think there can still be like nines and tens in this value bet range that we still just pure call here with Jack 8. Yeah, 10-7 of hearts. Like, kind of the important thing is like this player folds their big blind a lot, so they don't really have like 6-3 off. They might even not even have Jack 6 off, 10-6 off. That reduces a lot of combos of trips. Matt, I got into an argument earlier in the study group. In general, when you check raise the flop and continue on the turn, will it be for a smaller or larger sizing? It depends on the turn card. From my understanding, in general, on cards that are good for your range, you're going to be doing a lot more small betting. So, for example, on let's say the flop is like Jack 7-3, turn 6 or turn 5 or turn 4, where a lot of the straight draws get there. That's going to be more of a small bet spot because you're trying to fold out all of their overcard floats, etc. When like say that Jack 7-3 flop, if it's like a turn queen or king, you're going to be very polarized and be using only big bets, and your small bet kind of goes out. So both are you'll be using both small and big, and it depends on the turn card and the interaction with the turn card. Let me know if you have more questions on that. Love hearing your reason, though. If you have enough value hands in your range to be able to fold your actual hand, very informative. Hey, I mean, so I think a lot of people just kind of forget, like, at its baseline, poker is a game of math. And it's really important because you're always getting laid a very good price. And a lot of people make emotional decision making because they fold a hand because they're going to lose more likely. Actually, let me see. So this is a pretty big 3-bet here. 2.5x. We do cover, though. I think with the bounty, I don't think we ever get to fold this. This is actually like pretty close pre-flop. I think this should be a pretty strong range. Jack 8 off. I'm going to mix pre-flop between raise and check. I'm going to go ahead and check. Jack deuce deuce. So this range can have like queens, kings, aces for sure. Interesting spot to check. So our hand here never gets a fold. We don't fold many hands at all with a heart or with the ability to make a backdoor straight draw. So we're going to peel here. Queen. We'll hit this player some. They'll have some ace queen in their 3-betting range. Jack high, I don't think I'm going to bluff here. I think it's just good enough. River here, I'm going to go ahead and value bet. And I can get value from, like, having a 10 in my hand kind of sucks because I'm blocking 2 10s. But when I check and they bet, my hand just kind of turns into a bluff catcher here. Now I think I want to try to fold out some ace highs. We have a pretty good hand. We can have some Jack 9 here. We have a lot of flushes. There we go. That might be a little bit too wide to bluff, but I think it's fine. There's this big bet here. We get to fold a lot of 8x here. I'm debating if ace 8 because no, this is just a fold. I was wondering if ace 8 gets a call because I can still improve versus like queen 10, but I'm also going to run into ace queen and ace 10 a decent amount. So even when I turn an ace, I think I need a backdoor to call there. 9-8 off is going to mix some raise and call. Check. I'm going to go for a check here. King queen here is actually like a decent spot to squeeze. I rolled for a 53. I was actually going to go for like a 50-50 squeeze. Like 12 big blinds is kind of my standard here. 9-8 here is going to be a pure defend. Never folding here. I don't think we raise this combo, but being able to turn open enders and straight draws, we still got a call, and we don't really fold a hand with a club here. Ace 9, we can let's go ahead and small bet here. On the turn 9 here, I think my hand is a candidate to start raising with. Um, some of the time I rolled really, really high, so I'm going to start raising here. Blocking 10-9, ace-9, blocking some flushes. 7-5-4 is going to be a pretty high check flop here. Ace-9 here. Again, when all this stuff completes, it's going to be a very high frequency check for me. The reason I want to bet here is my range, my squeezing range is very, very linear. Actually, having heart and spade is kind of interesting here. I actually am in a mix here with heart and spade combo. I rolled really low though. This will bet sometimes with a heart and a spade in hand. I'm going to mix here for a small bet and a check. I rolled for a check. I think check raise here is pretty reasonable. I'm going to roll for some check raise, some fold. I rolled pretty low. I kind of wanted to do it, but I can't do it every time. But these are the types of hands, like if I have an overpair, I'm going to do a lot of check raise just to get it in and reduce the SPR. That's like the kind of hand, exact type of combo I kind of want to check raise with there. Uh, 10-8 suited versus a 20. I think we can flat here. A lot of good turn cards for us. This player probably doesn't check the flop, or like they probably c bet too much, so the checking range is probably pretty weak. I definitely shouldn't pure bet this. I have some trashier hands to bet. I should get check raised here a lot. Now we have an easy fold, but king high here. I think we can just check. Oh wow, this $200 tournament is running now, or is it going to get canceled? I'm assuming this is going to get canceled. Yeah, it's the 50 and the 100 are both gone. Fold this. King 9 suited. Could 3-bet. Pretty reasonable combo to 3-bet here. I'm going to 3-bet because of the bigger preflop sizing. If it was smaller, I would call a lot more. But versus the bigger 3-bet, bigger open size, we're kind of incentivized more to 3-bet. Yeah, this is interesting. So we need to be pretty careful now. We go multi-way. Ooh, this is pretty nice. So the ace-high flops are actually like, this is not a pure c-bet. I think like this player has a lot of suited aces. This player will have a lot of suited aces. Obviously, I have stronger aces, but I also have hands like kings, queens, and jacks that I want to build a checking range around. And I think one of the ways I want to check here is with this type of a flush draw here. It really sucks when I get check raised. I'm not really folding out, like an ace isn't going to fold the flop, and I can fold out like sevens, eights, those types of hands later on if I want to. Also, like I just don't have a ton of flush draws here when it's an ace on the board. and so having some flushes, I want some flushes in my checking range because I'll get attacked. Once it goes check, check, check again, this player should be really capped. This player can still have an ace. Probably checking here a lot again, to be honest. I'm going to play a pretty heavy check here on Queen Jack 4. I'm actually going to check raise here if they bet. This player should have a lot of ace queen, which we block. We block a lot of king queen. Actually, I can't check raise fold this combo, can I? I'm going to bluff now. This is kind of how I would play like kings, queens. Actually, I'm not going to check raise here because of the bounty. I don't know if I can actually check raise fold. Spades here would likely have bluffed the turn, so I'm not really too worried about blocking spades. I get called by like 2 10s. It's fine. A little optimistic. Maybe I'm supposed to just range bet that flop, but I think my play is fine. Heads up, I would have c bet a lot more. Versus this size now, they don't have a lot of 4x. I still beat all the king 10, 10 9. I think shoving could make some sense here. Protect against some spades. I can still get value from like nut spades. I have a lot of outs against queen jack. I can get like a jack 10 to fold. King queen. Yeah, that might have been a spew. It's kind of interesting with the bounty because I think I'm supposed to check raise the flop a lot, but I don't know if I do with the bounty. Not sure really what I'm supposed to do there. I think I'm supposed to take an aggressive action at some point with ace king there. I mean, this player's pretty tight passive, so they're probably not bluffing enough, which kind of should be a, you know, a sign right away. Defend the 6-4. It's close. Versus like how tight this player is, folding could be an option. I'm gonna bet this 4 if I had like a queen 4 or something there. I don't need as much protection. Now I turn to 6. I think we get a value bet again. I think this is worth more than a. I think this is. I can go like half pot or something like this. I think this has enough equity. Take it down. Be right back. Seems ambitious. I have just enough showdown value here. It's pretty bad for 8-6 to not bluff there. So Someone asked about cash games. Do you ever play or explain? Do you play and explain the cash games? I do not, because cash games are not my specialty at all. But I do play cash. If we run out of tables tonight, we'll probably jump in some cash. Probably PLO cash. No limit. I find no limit cash with no annies kind of boring because you have to play so tight. But yeah, we can play either some PLO. I play a lot. My cash, I normally play. I play a lot of live cash. Um, I enjoy live cash more than kind of like an online cash, but it is something I'm studying more. Online cash. I think there's still like a decent amount of money to be played. It's something that like I think can help. I think studying other games still helps your tournament game a lot. Is this tournament going to run or is it getting canceled? Because I will jump in it. It's running. Check Twitter to see if it's going to get just canceled or suspended. Gonna fold this Jack 9. So, yeah, we'll be jumping in this if it's actually going to run. I'll give it like another. If this is still running in like 15 minutes and it's not canceled, there's some people sitting out too. Because they just gave up on the site. Oh wow, the 100 was running. Oh no, it's not. They just took it out of late reg. I don't know. It's a mess. Alright, so let's see here. Number one thing. Oh, topics to discuss with chat. So, you guys tell me in chat what you think about when I say. Actually, let me think about how I want to frame this to get the kind of answers I'm going for. Okay. Think about the best players in any. I'm going to say best players. The best people in any field, not just poker. What are some attributes that are very like synonymous between like cross fields of like the very best people in certain field types? King 8 Deuce. Player will have a lot of suited kings. They have some like offsuit kings as well. They're gonna have a lot of suited aces. We do want to fold out spades and clubs, so like our blockers aren't that like great here. Ace queen off. We're just gonna jam here for 40 effective, 36. Actually, blocking king queen off is pretty nice here. Get called by ace jack, which is nice for a double bounty or 1.5x bounty. There we go. There we go. So barreling turn here. Actually, think I can bet some queen x here for sure. I'm gonna barrel here to fold out like all the ace high diamond draws. King 7 of diamonds. What's the starting stack here? 200K. So this player has like half a stack and 1.5x bounty. I think I blocked too many hands I want to fold out. Like king, queen, king, jack with no heart are two of the big hands I want to fold. Yeah. See, like I'm blocking that hand. I'm going to mark this hand. I'm not really playing for small blind or something. So this player has, let's just say, a half a stack, 1.5x bounty. So that is a 3-to-1, which means I need like 14% less equity. So like let's say I need like 45. I really only need 30% equity. And I think it's very likely I have that with this hand. I kind of want to shove here. I think I get a call here with how big they... Wow. I'm going to mark this to check. Perfect. Copy. I need to take a screenshot of the lobby too. May 24th. So this, and then I need to take a screenshot of the lobby so I can get the proper output. Okay, copy, and we'll go paste. Perfect. Awesome. So I marked that hand. I'm going to do some bounty math on there. I think I get a call. And how I arrived at a call there is using the bounty power. You can watch my webinar on there. But essentially, this player had 1.5 bounties and like 0.6 starting stack, which is like 2.5 bounty power. And I know if it's a 2, it's like 9%. At like 3, it's like 14. So I need like 13.5% equity. So essentially the question becomes like, my pot odds normally there are going to be like, I needed like something 46%, somewhere around there. Like it's less than 50 because I'm getting later price. And then I subtract out like 13% there, roughly. And so I only need 33% equity there to call off, I think. And I think King 7 of diamonds is going to have 33%. There's going to be a lot of like deuces, threes, fours, fives, sixes. This player probably doesn't have aces, kings, queens, ace, king. So that's kind of how I arrived at a call. I think it's good. The fact that I cover the big blind is important because if he calls off, it's not like the end of the world because I cover him as well. So I think that's a fine call. It looks crazy in the bounty, but I think it's good. Obviously, that shove is just horrendous. But okay, so getting some answers in here, and it's good. So they eat well, study hard, put in the work. Most of them are named Nick. Time management, hardworking, disciplined, passionate, borderline obsessed. All right, so I'm going to touch on the end of that. Best not only trained, but they have many hours experience. Continuous improvement. Discipline, confidence, stay after the practice to put in. Dedication. Perfect. So yeah, a lot of like comments around like discipline, support network. That's a really good one. Dedication. What did Doug say? Passionate, borderline obsessed. So that's the one I kind of want to cover. So we have 2 sub-10 big blind stacks. I'm actually going to size up to reduce the pot odds of the big blind. When they have like less than 10 big blinds, you tend to see this because they can profitably call any 2 cards almost if I min raise. And one of the things that the answer that kind of encompasses everything you guys said. So there are a lot of really good answers, but there's one answer that I'm gonna fold here with these. I think it's close. Dedication to practicing, improving even minor fundamentals. So I like what Academic Gaming says. I think of the best hockey and basketball players, they're usually the last ones off the ice or court perfecting their craft. So the one thing that kind of encompasses everything you guys said is the best players love the process. So, in my opinion, with the best poker players in the world, and this is something like I'm far from one of the best poker players in the world, but I think it's something that's allowed me to stay in poker for like 13 years. And again, like I'm far from one of the best players, but the fact that I love the process and I love studying and I like looking at sims. It's kind of sickening. You know, I like looking at spreadsheets of data. You guys see me in my webinars and stuff. Like this is that's how I study. When you guys look at my webinars, like that's basically how I study. Um, and I think loving the process is much more important, and enjoying the journey is much more important than the results itself. And what I see in a lot of poker players, and kind of why I brought this up, is there's a lot of poker players relating it back to poker. They play poker for the results, and they play poker to, you know, get rich quick, or they play poker to, um, you know, chase ego and chase glory, all these different types of things. Whereas the best players are the journey is actually like kind of the goal, and the journey is the process that they follow. King 10 off here. If I had like King 9 here, it wouldn't be an unreasonable 3-bet bluff. If he bets here, this is going to be really close. All right, check, check. Check there. Actually, this I should have mixed and bet here. King 10 here is going to bet some. It's not going to bet super often, but I will bet some. I did roll pretty high, so I'm going to go for a bet here. And the reason is like I want to have some King X and 10X coverage. So it's kind of a board coverage bet. Turn 3, this range is pretty capped. This range doesn't have a lot of flushes in it. I'm going to go for this big bet. I'm going to check here, blocking like some, yeah. So that's one of the reasons I like betting there, because I block King Queen, I don't block flushes. I might review this. I didn't take my time here going through the process, but there's a chance there I'm supposed to make some really, really big bluffs. Actually, I'm 100% supposed to make some big bluffs, but I don't know if this is the type of hand that I want to be bluffing with if I block too many folds. I know I don't want to bluff with an ace in my hand, but I do want to have some check give ups, and this might be how I check give up. We'll go and mark it. It's kind of an interesting one to look at. And so, like the best players, getting back, like whether it's basketball or in the best in certain fields, like they love the process and they love the grind. They love doing all the little things, and they find enjoyment in it. And it's probably like it's pretty hard to find success. I feel like if you're not willing to, if you don't love that process. Okay, if this 200, 100K is going to go, let me. We're going to open here. Yeah, we're going to jump in this 200, 100K if it gets canceled, whatever. There's quite a bit of late reg left, but this is a, you know, we're in there. Ace 7 off, I believe we just get a fold. Okay. So I have that off to the side. I'll pull it in as needed. Queen 10 suited. Pretty good combo to 3-bet. We can 3-bet wider for value. in the bounty, so we can have a few more bluffs in our range as well. I think this is a decent bluff either way. Unblocks hands like king jack off. Get king queen, queen jack to fold. Ace 10 of spades here. Pretty good hand to bet with. Ace of spades just blocks a lot of hands that are going to call. Once we get to the turn here, definitely want to bluff this hand sometimes. I don't have a lot of offsuit ace x, and I can get some heart combos to fold, like ace queen of hearts, 2-1 SPR. I'm going to bluff this, and I will give up on a brick, and I'm going to shove on a spade turn. And that's kind of, I mean, we're just all in here. A lot of this range is going to be Jack X. A lot of this range is going to be like 7s through 10s. And we got to put a lot of pressure on those hands. We don't have a lot of like single spade combos raising from EP. Most of their flushes are going to be ace high flushes. So like this range is kind of like they're going to have like 7-8 of spades, 8-7 of spades, but they have every single ace high spade draw. So pretty damn confident in this one. Fold this 10 deuce. Just getting tanked here. I registered and then they canceled it. So there goes that. Ten jack. And 9-3 of clubs versus min is going to be a defend. So we check. Pretty high frequency C bet here. This player can still have all the queen jacks and stuff, but they don't really have the 2 pair combos. So we definitely gonna have some big bets here for sure. We have ace 10. They don't really. We have ace king. They don't. We have all the king 10s. They probably have king 10s. So it's like I wouldn't even consider the it's poker equals the life. This is a pretty high frequency shove, I think. This player opens decent amount from the cutoff. I think I want to shove this in. And the reason I shove here is I have very good equity when we get called. And maybe it's suited 8s I want to shove. I'm going to call here. Ooh, we got lucky. And I want to just fold out hands like queen jack off, queen 10 off, king queen off should be folding versus my shove. So we get a lot of dominated hands to fold there, and we still have like really good equity against ace king, pocket 8s, pocket 7s. The ACI are on-demand turbos running. Those are fun. Ooh, those would be good ones for us to jump in. Ace 9 here. Can we peel the bounty? I don't think so. Oh wow, this is important to recognize here. I actually think I get a raise here some. This range is really, really wide. I actually am gonna go for the raise here. I think this is strong enough to stack off when we have this player in the pot. This range is gonna be much wider. I'm gonna call off here. Yeah, 7-8 of clubs makes sense. Hold. Bad river. That's okay. Ace 3 off is going to fold. 8-3 off is going to fold. 10-7 off is going to fold. Yeah, CB. I like solving puzzles, riddles, logics, and puzzles. I will consider solving poker as a huge complex puzzle. Yeah, and I think something I see from a lot of players is so poker's this very very big complex game that no one's ever going to solve, and it can be overwhelming. And the point I like to use the kind of compounding interest model in finance, where let's say you're making 5%, 7%, 10% interest on an investment. In the short run, it doesn't look like you're making very much, but over the long run, you end up making like a lot of money, and that's how you become rich. Is just like long-term compounding investment. And in terms of poker, it's the same thing. Now, especially in tournament poker, because tournament poker is this like you win big when you win big. So people think of it as this like, oh, I have to like it of this race and this kind of sprint to a big score. Whereas really, it's a kind of like compounding interest where you just kind of want to. Your goal should be to improve 1% a day, half a percent a day. Tens here are going to mix 3-bet call and flat. I rolled really low, so we'll go ahead and flat. This range has a lot of our offsuit broadways are doing very poorly. Whenever that's the case, we end up checking a lot. I think kings is a perfect hand that wants to check. Deuces here, just a fold. Debating if I even have to mix call here multi-way. I don't think so. If this is heads up, I definitely don't get a pure fold this. I probably can mix fold, but I think multi-way because there's two players in the pot. Tens here with the 10 of hearts is going to be a pure call. And I can't remember the quote or where I saw it recently, but just like in general, people tend to overestimate what they can accomplish in one day and underestimate what they can accomplish in 1 year. And that's like pretty important. Tens here. I think I have some hands that want to shove here. Some flush draws, some straight draws. This hand, I'm blocking ace X. I think makes a lot of sense to just go ahead and shovel in here for value. King 10 here on the button. Fold. It might have been short enough where king 10s are like a good hand just to flat there. I'm not sure. So this should be a really tight like inducing range. Like nines is not doing very well against the inducing range. There is a bounty. I'm gonna just call. And now we should just be stacking off. Do I get a lead on this flop? I have all the sets. I don't really have 9-7 suited though. If this was like 10-9-7, I think I get a lead a lot. But 10-8-6, I'm not sure if I get a lead. And we're going to run into it a lot here. But with the bounty and having 6 outs here plus a little bit of fold equity, we're just all in. King Queen, that's interesting. Man. That's pretty interesting there. Ambitious. Check, check, check. So like we can probably remove sets from these ranges. The 9 is still a card that like we're gonna want to check a decent amount. We will have some overpairs though that do want to bet. I'm gonna mix check raise and bet with this hand. I'm mostly gonna bet though. I rolled a 90. When I do bet, my value range is gonna be like pretty overpair heavy. So not really worried about 9-7 suited, 7-6, 7-6s, 3s, 5-4. Like most of those hands are always betting the flop. This player could have them, but They're loose station. They're not protecting their range at all. They're not checking those strong hands. They're just betting them on the flop. Ace nine here. When I get raised, I think I'm just shoving here. I think there's gonna be like some 10-9, some 9-8, some ace eight of spades, king eight of spades, ace four of spades, ace five of spades. I don't think there's enough slow plays here. Yeah, 10-8. That makes sense. I think my shove is fine though. King queen here for 10 big blinds. We're just gonna shove. Yeah, being out of position there. I think it's like calling kind of sucks. I can get it in really well against like the nut flush draw here on the turn, and like denying equity to like Jack 10 is pretty useful. Ace King. This is just actually I'm gonna do this because I want to make it a size that I can. It appears that I can 3-bet call off and then 3-bet fold here, but I'm not 3-bet folding obviously. So kind of want to be able to induce some shoves from this player. Yes, this is what I wanted because we cover them. This is a big pot. Queen six of clubs is just a fold here. All right. Good luck. Queens. Oh, aces. Ugh. We still need the side pot. Ace or king. Nope. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that's, I mean, pretty unlucky. I think there's nothing there to be done, especially when we cover both players. King 5 off here is going to be a call. Going to check. This looks weird, but I think it's a thing. We don't get a fold. Or, I mean, I'm going to fold this. And now we're all in. And the reason I flat here, and this is actually a thing with these types of hands, when you have zero fold equity, you actually get to like call and just realize your equity with these types of hands. Get unluckier. It looks really unnatural, but versus late position, it's actually a thing. I'm pretty confident. So we don't get a re-enter because too much of the field is gone. How much did we cash for in bounties? $75 in bounties. Okay. Oh, we will have another tournament here. We have the 250 on WSOPc. All right, I'll be back after the break. Okay, so we jumped in the 250k, or sorry, 25k. I wish it was a 250k. Oh, there's still 3 hours of 3 levels of late reg. Keep an eye on this 1k if it's gonna overlay a bunch or. I mean, it doesn't look like it will though. But there's a chance with it's 11 levels. If it overlays, I mean, we'll jump in. But so like kind of the short end of that story is that I love the process, and like someone said, like Kelly said, like poker equals life. And not even say poker should equal life. And the reason that's like that can lead to a lot of burnout. And so really like you know have a process and have a plan and stick to it and trust the plan and not like with that. And that's how when like results aren't going your way, if you have a plan in place that you can trust, that's going to help you a lot when things aren't going very well. Philosophical Matt here. Kind of goes to my second. Let me ask you this, guys, in chat. Let's see how many people we got in chat. Let me make sure like YouTube didn't cut off like it did last week. All right, we're still going here. Got 23 people watching. So, question for the chat. And I'll ask you guys, wait for your guys' answers, then I'll give you mine. What is your guys' like why? Why do you guys play poker? What's like your drive? What's your vision? What's your why? Um, why do you guys like some of you play professionally, some of you play recreationally. Why do you like putting your time into poker? Let me know in the chat. Let's see here what's going on here. Hey Evan, how's it going? Ace King for 9. We're just gonna be all in. Get called. Hopefully by Ace Queen. Could have Ace Jack suited. Seems fine. Look at all those green players with all the chips. That's a good sign. If we do bust, I would fire one more bolt in this tournament. I think it's a pretty high value, soft. So let's see here on ACR. Anything else that we want to get in? Don't want to play that. Goes too long. Don't really want to play the 8840K. Goes too late. Yeah, well, what we'll probably do is jump into some cash games if we bust out. We could start in this 8850K though. We got 176K and a couple. We got one bounty. Had a good shot at a couple bounties here. Got the Golden Knights game starting up in an hour. Chance to clinch first round series tonight. Ace 8 off. We're going to go in limp. And deuce 4, we will call versus 2.5x. So So we got double stack here. Got lucky with that queen 9 suited. 19, 10, 0. 3-betting pre-flop. Probably a pretty damn good hand. Having the double blocker here is kind of nice. With the ace of clubs, it'd be very tempting to check raise. I mean, this player just doesn't have ace queen. I mean, we don't either. But I don't think we get a lead here with an 8. We make the straight. I think there's just too much queen X out there that we don't have enough equity to bet. What happened here? Wow. Versus this bet. Like, so this bet. I mean, yeah, I just don't have to call unless I have a queen as a bluff catcher there. Shoved 8 with 6-4 suited. That is not good. 6-4 suited, EP 8 BB. Yeah, that's not a good shove. We'll make some raise here with the 5-4 off. And we roll the check. I think we still get a bet small here a lot. In early position, we kind of have to be careful on these monotone boards. So this is a hand I don't get to fold here. I will raise this a little bit. With the club, we just get a peel. Even without a club, I think I'd have to peel here a lot. A lot of the value of this hand just comes from now. I think we get to do some big betting now. Now they lead on the we don't get a fold with a club in our hand. I could raise here some. I rolled low. I think raise here is reasonable. For 8, I don't think I want to shove here. I think for 8, I want to limp. So this player like doesn't have ace jack, don't have a lot of ace x hands. I think we can even size up here. Can mix check and back it here. We'll check this time, and then, we're just folding. This bet really doesn't work because I still just have a flush there a lot. Once they check back, I think I can pot it here. 30, I'm going to fold the 7-5 suited. All right, good. Some answers coming in. Let's take a look. Started playing cards young. It's always been an enjoyable hobby. Now I play it as a hobby because I enjoy studying the theory. I was brought into card rooms and pool halls from the time I could see over the tables. It's always been a part of my life. I like the challenge, the competition, the camaraderie, and the profit. Queen 10 suited here for 10. This is one of those hands again where I'm not sure how much fold equity. I'm not folding. I think I could call here. Would be reasonable. Actually, no, I don't think we call much. Yeah, I don't want it to go multi-way. I think I can shove here. I might have a hair of fold equity. This is really close, though. I'm actually going to take a screenshot here to look at this. I don't think I ever fold here. Yeah. That's annoying. It's unfortunate or not annoying. I'm gonna look at that spot to make sure. I'm curious if I get a flat there with Queen 10 suited. Like I said, we'll fire one more here in this for 20 big blinds. Does ACR support have a site where I can check what tourneys have been canceled? I'm not sure, to be honest. So I love competing. I play because I love strategy games. I came from a chess background, poker. Enjoy the analytical challenge, strategy games. I'm retired. It's relaxing. Working on getting better. But my discipline to study has been very poor. I'm also very competitive and like to win, but I know studying equals winning. Okay, I'm gonna touch on that in a sec. Plus, I like seeing your dog on stream. So, for me personally, the reason that I've liked playing poker is the competition, um, kind of the drive where it's you know, the a lot of it's just the competing is what drives me, and the fact that it's like a never-ending. There's no max score. There's no end game. You're never gonna win the game type of thing. 8-7 suited here. I think we could limp or fold. I'm just going to fold. I haven't really studied implementing limping strategy, so I don't really tend to do it too much. Um, yeah, for me, it's a big just the competition driver and consistently like being able to improve and like being able to kind of control a lot of things myself. King 9 suited here. It's just going to be a raise. That's why I like to play. And I think it's important to kind of realize like what you're when you're in a downswing or when things aren't going well, that's when like having that why or your vision is really important because that's kind of what drives you. And so having that in the back of your brain, having it on a piece of paper, having it somewhere when things aren't going very well, and you have like your third losing day in the row, like why are you playing? Why do you enjoy playing the game? What's like the long term thing? And something John said, and he had some self awareness here, is like kind of the third thing I wrote down that I kind of wanted to talk about today. And that was expectations versus, you know, matching your expectations and your goals. So, something I see in a lot of poker players, um, and is they have these lofty goals of, oh, I want to move up and play high stakes. Okay, they're like, I want to move up and play the 1K tournaments online. It's like a very common like goal or vision that you see people having. And the problem is they have this goal or vision. This is a fold under the gun with no annies, and this is a fold. And their expectations is for them. Their expectation is for them to reach the 1K buying levels, but their actions are not coherent with that expectation. And so to move up to that level, it takes a lot of study, a lot of hard work. It's a very long process, and it's not something that happens very quickly and without a lot of hard work. And I challenge people, rather like not just in poker, but in a lot of things, to if you have expectations, making sure your expectations and what you want are in line. And there's a lot of people that play poker. Like a lot of you guys answered, like I play poker for fun. I play because it's relaxing. I play because I love the game. It's a hobby, and perfect. Now your if that's your like vision, I mean, I think I'm supposed to do a lot of squeezing, not with this particular combo, but this is a sign of a good game, everyone. Um, if you're like that recreational player, like you're like you don't need to study like 2-3 hours every single day. You don't need to do that stuff because that's not your expectation and your goal. But if your goal or your expectation is I want to play for a living for the next 20 years, I want to be the best player in the world. You need to take a deep look, and are my actions lined up with that vision? I think that's really, really important. And not everyone's expectations or vision should be the same either. Um, I mean, I'm already not that excited here with bottom two, but we're not folding. Lupo Dan here should not have queen 10 offsuit in range, which reduces a lot of straight combos. And probably shouldn't have ace king in range. Potentially not even ace jack. This range is kind of screwed. What the fuck is this? I mean, limp type, weak call, limp call. I mean, this is a snap, and we're gonna fold here. What the hell is going on? What the, like, this is WSOPc, guys. Come move to Nevada or New Jersey and you can play. I mean, it's a re-entry, he's gambling, but I mean, I like Dan, he's super nice, but like, I mean, that's just, the bet on the flop is very poor. Man. For 20, is there some flatting here with ace jack, button cutoff hijack? So he never folds ace queen, but he always folds worse aces. I'm out of position. I'm gonna flat this. I'm actually gonna check pre-flop here. The reason I flat is ace queen never folds when I jam, which is a problem. And there's a lot of suited aces. This is a really good flop for us. Like, we're really dense having ace 3 suited, ace 6 suited, ace x, sixes, threes. And we're gonna raise here. 7-6 suited is actually when I want to bet here some. I rolled a 40. I actually think I do want to bet. I'm gonna bet 1200. I'll explain why in a second, and we're gonna check raise here. The reason I want to bet here with 7-6, and I don't want to bluff here with like queens, jacks, and tens. I don't want to bluff here with like queen, jack, jack 10, queen 10, which are kind of the natural draws. Think about it this way: what hands do I want to fold out? The vast majority of the hands I want to fold out are like queens, jacks, tens, nines. That 3-bet. I don't want to shove here. I'm gonna mix like bet 2700. Actually, I think I'm just gonna pure bet 2700. I could maybe check here some, but the reason I want to bet here is because this board is locked down. I still want to be able to have some bluffs, and this sizing like allows me to still incorporate some bluffs. My bluffs don't really want to shove if they don't have any equity. And obviously we got lucky on the turn, but we're going broke there anyways. Queen 10 here, I think we can just check. Nice, so we got a decent stack here. So that like 7-6 of diamonds, I think I'm gonna mark this hand. I have this little session notes, so I have that, and then I'm also going to mark the this ace jack hand, because I want to see if I should be shoving or flatting pre. I'll just put a note, shove or flat pre. So basically, like the ace jack off there, I wasn't sure if I should be shoving or flatting. And I definitely want to have a flatting range here because I'm in the small blind, I'm getting a good price, etc. And I know ace queen off was a shove here. Ace jack suited might be a call, and ace jack off is a shove. That could be the case. And this might just mix like 50-50 shove and call. But I kind of want to just look at some preflop charts to see how I should be constructing my flatting range there and my shoving range. I think aces I flat there. So we got a nice stack here in this. 40, 20, 20, 20, 20. This is still an open. Does that make sense to everyone why I want to bluff? Like I'm going to look that up, the 7-6 of diamonds, but it's so the hands I want to start bluffing with, EP and button versus 20. This is close. I think I fold fives. So I think deuces, threes, and fours just flat. I think I call like sevens. So in chat, like, let me know because this is a pretty important concept here. So the hands I want to start bluffing with, and this someone asked about blockers earlier. So this is a really, really good concept here when they were asked about blockers. Now a better hand here would be 5-4 suited, and when you're bluffing here, so let's play like let's try to see. I'm gonna frame a question here, and you guys can answer in chat here. You'll see it in 3 minutes. What hands are my best hands to start bluffing with on this flop? So the value is easy here. Like, what's my value range here, and what are the best hands to start bluffing with? So I've kind of given you guys some hints in terms of, I think at this depth, I just want to fold here because I'm dominated a lot. So open 3-bet call. What types of hands, what's like my value range that I want to start betting here a lot? And what types of hands do are and more importantly, because I want to ask about the bluffs, what are our best types of hands to start bluffing with and why? And I already kind of guided you a little bit, but so 3 minutes at 6:25, you guys will see that. So think about that and start filling in some answers, and we'll kind of. This is an important concept of no limit hold'em, and it ties back into the blocker discussion that we had earlier. That was actually like a very basic hand, but I think there's a lot to learn from that hand. Covering both players, we get to open pretty wide here. Not the worst hand to bluff with here, but I'm just going to fold. It chooses to see some responses, and we'll come in. Again, just a phrase in case you stepped away for a minute. In this hand, we opened the big blind 3-bet, we called, and the big blind checked. What are the first types of hands that we want to start bluffing with, and what are the properties of the hands that we bluff with that are really important to pay attention to here? Deuce 3 suited here. I'm going to call. And check. Actually actually kind of similar spot here. But versus bigger bet, we're just going to fold. Okay, so answer should be coming in a second now. Wow, I was just thinking this thing might have a big overlay with ACR. Oh, I forgot. Is the 1K overlay? And then no, it's not going to. They only need. Oh, it's 50K. It's already over the guarantee. Never mind. Fucking ape styles. Jack 9 suited. 2.5x. Ooh, we could get in the hyper 104. How many do we start with? 20, 50K in chips. Okay. So we don't have a heart. This is going to be. I think we want to. So because it's two-tone, if this is a rainbow flop, I think my bet sizing here would be like 2x pot. And because it's not two-tone, I'm capped in terms of my bet sizing. And same here. I'm going to pot it here. So like this player almost never has a 10. They don't have 9s through jacks. They don't even have like ace 8 and stuff. We're going to have some 10x here that I would still value bet. I have all the overpairs, pocket 9s that I would bet here. So these are the boards that like you just kind of punish here. So this is like a very, very important concept too. And the reason like this is like how you attack a capped range essentially. So I'll talk about that in a second. Let's get the 7-6 diamond spot first. So hands to bluff here would be hands that are easily throw away if called. Could make a loose open here. I would on the button. Hands that benefit fold down better hands ideally have backdoor equity. Shadow cards, your lowest hands in your range. Small pairs. Hands that do not block busted draws. So I'm going to rephrase the question. What hands? So give me specific hands in your range that you guys would start bluffing with on the flop here on ace ace king. Okay, and give me a reason why you would start bluffing those hands. So it's really easy. Like you're gonna have some trip aces. You're gonna have some ace jack, some ace 10 off, maybe ace 9 off that we call 3-bets with that you want to start betting. You're gonna have some suited aces. Sometimes you want to check them. Sometimes you want to bet them. You need some bluffs. So what types of hands do we want to bluff? Give me specific hand combos or hand classes and why. Forget about the value part. So I'll give it 3 more minutes before I go through some of the answers that came through before. And then I'm going to talk about this Jack 9 hand. Okay. I'll give it, I guess, one of that chat come through on the second part because I've seen some good categories, but I want to hear specific hands because I'm going to look this up later myself because I have an idea, and I'm not 100% sure if my thought process is right, but I'm going to check it. It's a spot that comes up quite a bit. We'll fold. So Doug says no equity bluffs. The thing is, a lot of your bluffs are no equity, right? It's ace king. It's hard to have equity. So that's why I asked the question, because it's a spot that's very difficult to find bluffs. And it's an under bluff. So Vivian says, I want to start bluffing with hands that don't have showdown value and don't block folds. So that is really good, but I want to add one more sentence to that, Vivian. One more sentence is you want to bluff with hands that could beat ace x by the river, or king x by the river, or queens or jacks. Or actually, it's just ace x and king x, because queens and jacks you can get to fold by the turn. So in this spot here, my first hands I would start to bluff with are like small pairs. Deuces, threes, fours, fives, sixes, because I have two outs to the nuts. I mean, not the nuts, but I have a chance to suck out against ace 10, ace 9, for example. That's important. The second types of hands would be like 5-4 suited, would be like a really, really good one. I think 7-6 suited, I think, is still a good one because it unblocks folds. And I do have a backdoor flush draw, so having a backdoor flush draw is like really important. You need to be able to like get there. And the hands I don't think you bluff with at all are, you don't want to bluff with queen jack, jack 10, and queen 10. And the reason is the hands that we're targeting and we want them to fold are queens, jacks, 10s, 9s. Those are the types of hands we want them to fold. So our bluff should kind of come around that region of like small pairs, small suited connectors. Like I wouldn't bluff with like 9-8 suited because there's probably some pocket 8s, pocket 9s in that range that we want to fold out. 7-6 suited is starting to get low enough. That's how I would construct a lot of my bluffing range on that board. And it's a really important way to think about. You want to start bluffing with hands that could be ace x and king x by river. What is the easiest ones? Probably small pairs. And then like suited connectors that can turn straight draws are probably going to be important. Now it's harder on that board, but 5-4 suited. That's probably the main really, really go-to one. And that's still not enough combos probably. And then I think like the 7-6 suited is just kind of a blocker play because it probably perfectly unblocks some bluffs. That's where I would go through on that side. Jack 7 off, we're going to defend. Flop a gut shot here. We're going to check. So this player opens from the hijack, which is kind of important because they shouldn't have many offsuit 9s. They'll have like ace 9 and maybe king 9, but they don't really have suited 9s. They'll have suited 9s, but I don't have any offsuit 9s, which I have a decent amount of. Now they bet pretty big on this flop, which is actually interesting here. I don't think I get to fold my gut shot. I'm curious, wondering if I get to raise with it still. I'm just going to call without the backdoor flush draw. It's just interesting when they choose that size. Check, check. So a lot of our range is going to be like ace high, which we don't want to bluff with. We're going to have a lot of pair of 10s, which can value bet. We don't really have a lot of 9s, though. We do block jack. The jack is kind of poor. We do have some 8-7 to bluff with. We're going to have some like backdoor flush draw hands. I think I still need to bluff this hand with jack high. I would not bluff queen jack, king queen. Those are the hands I'm targeting. Probably could have gone a little bigger here. This might have been too small. So I check raise a lot of my 9x on the flop. How big can I go with a 10? I probably can go like 2/3 pot, which will allow me to bluff more. So the problem here is I have a lot of bluffs, and because of that, I probably need to size up with my 10x portion to allow me to bluff more. So I actually don't like this sizing, I don't think. I think I need to go bigger unless I think this player is just going to massively overfold. But I think like even like king queen might call here. Ace highs should certainly be calling a lot here. We get it through. 1500. Oh, this is just a fold. So like the key concept there is just like when you have a lot of bluffs and like a decent like asymmetric advantage around, like I want to size up there to allow myself to bluff a lot there. So if I had a hand like let's say like queen 10, probably worth more than a half pot bet. And by betting more, it allows me to get more bluffs in with like 7-8, jack 7 type hands. Okay, so we talked about that hand, the 7-6. Let me guys know if you guys have more questions on that. This hand. Does everyone kind of understand what my like sizing? Whoa, I don't want. We're gonna fold. Why I'm choosing the sizings that I'm choosing here. So this is a flop where the big blind is like a lot of people go, oh, really good flop for the big blind, low card hand. It's actually a pretty bad flop for the big blind, and that like yeah they're gonna have some pair of eights. I'm gonna call. I'm gonna fold. Yeah, they're gonna have some pair of eights. Yeah, they might have some pocket deuces, pocket fives. Pocket eights probably three bets pre-flop. They might have a little bit of pocket eights, but the range is so wide. This is a fold, I think. 10-9 suited here. This is c-bet out of position. I'm gonna probe here a lot. I can fold out a lot of like club hands, some better ace highs, queen highs. So in the flop, we should consider future equity more than with our bluffing combos compared to their turn river. Yeah, I think that's a important concept. You want to be able to like how do I continue to barrel here? I have 10 high. For 30 here, I'm going to shove. I can fold out all the single diamond hands here. Call by ace jack. It's kind of similar reason. I'm not sure here if I'm supposed to keep barreling the 10-9 or how I'm supposed to keep barreling. So we bust out here. I'll keep an eye out. This tournament is likely going to overlay, but I'll wait and reg it at the very end. Obviously, we have a fold here. Here, I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to continue to barrel the turn. Okay. Okay. I've been studying some PLO lately, so instead of jumping in another tournament, we are going to get in the PLO streets here. Unless you guys really want to see Hold'em cash, but I'm not the greatest at Hold'em cash, and I haven't studied a lot of the pre-flop ranges and stuff, and We might play some hold'em cash. Start with some PLO. The 7-6 of diamonds, if you had called the flop and your equity didn't improve on the turn on a blank turn, would you continue bluffing? So when I have 7-6 of diamonds, I'm gonna have a lot of hands that can. I'm gonna have three suited combos. So like for example, when hearts come in, I can bluff with my 7-6 of hearts. I will bluff with 7-6 of diamonds, but not at full frequency. Um, and the reason is like when it comes heart heart, I need some combos that aren't flushes to bluff with. So, but I don't need many of them. So, I would bluff, but not at like a full frequency. So, sitting pretty good here. I don't know how much late reg is left. Can't be much at all. Get squeezed, and we just have to fold. This is a good spot. This is a good spot. I mean, it's kind of hard to get action now. Nines and ace king, back shove nines. You probably can fold nines, to be honest. Okay. It's ace king. Hold. Ah. This is actually a fold here in PLO. Ooh, there's a one outer on the river. Got him. This is a fold. Perfect. I love Doug's answer. I think Jack 9 suited is good to bet big because it generates folds from hands that dominate us like King Jack, Jack 10, King Queen. It has two overcards. Big blind doesn't have many two pairs, over pairs, or straights. Perfect. Warlock, I like your answer as well, but I'm just going to reword it. She said Jack 9 of diamonds on 8-5-2 2 want to bet infrequently, therefore large. Two overs without a heart has to bet the flop because it cannot take a turn probe. So the reason we're betting there is not because of the turn probe part. The reason we're betting really big is on 8-5 deuce, what is our value range? On 8-5 deuce, what is our value range? It's like ace 8, king 8, maybe queen 8, nines, tens, jacks, queens, kings, aces. Now, hands like nines, tens, and jacks, those are the nuts essentially right now. Like, yes, they can have 8-5 and deuces, but they're going to have a set there like 3% of the time. So maybe 3% of the time we run into a set. Okay? But whatever. But the thing with nines, if we bet small with nines, king queen just gets a call, king jack gets a call, queen jack gets a call, ace highs get a call. Those hands have a lot of equity, and we don't mind folding those out. So what we want to do with nines there is maximize our value versus like the pairs that have to call, and minimize, kind of deny equity. This guy's really short. We're gonna try to. Ooh, that's an interesting flop here. Flopping the double gutter. Now I mentioned it's two-tone, which is important because let's see here. I'm going to mix check and bet here. I still want to check this a lot. I rolled low, so we'll check. The reason is like I have some flush draws that want to go, but I have a lot of 10x and I want some 10x in both regions. I have high suits here. I'm gonna make a tight fold. And we're actually just gonna shove here. They only have, if they both had 20, I would still shove. This is the type of region that I want to shove. Pot. The ace with the suit. Do you ever play PL08? Yeah, I've played PL08. I've played a lot more limit 08 than I have PL08. Jack 6-4. We're at like a 4 SPR. Like we can't stack off with this hand. We don't have a spade in our hand. We don't have backdoor hearts. Like the 6 blocker is somewhat reasonable. I think we actually want to check here a lot. I'm gonna check here. Prefer hold'em cash. Okay, so other things like in we're actually just gonna check fold here. Actually, no. We block a lot of 2 pairs with the 6. We could call and then wait. Actually, I'm gonna check call here and go on a safe card, which that's not that good. He will have some 7-5 combos. I think now we just check fold. So like a 9, a 10. Check fold actually probably would have been better on the flop maybe. How much 7-5 combos does he have? This is why I'm not good enough at PLO. Call. Get it against the queen 6, king 6. You know what? I don't think there's enough 7-5 in this range that we just get a call. 7-6 jack 9. So he did have 2 pair. I didn't think there was gonna be enough 2 pair combos in there. I thought that was a clean enough card that I could maybe go with it. Having the 6 blocking a lot of 2 pairs might have not been good. I don't know. Need 33%. It's probably actually pretty bad. Maybe I should just, I think I should probably just check fold flop, but once I get to the turn, I think it's fine. Actually, maybe I should just shove turn then if I'm going to check call. It's probably better to shove than to check call. This is close. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a fold. Seems some people want some hold'em cash. I'd really like to have a club in my hand to bet here, but having the future blockers here is, so like blocking straights is pretty nice. Having 2 queens in my hand, blocking a lot of the wraps. Blocking 2 pair. We'll fold. Whoa, what happened? Did he hit his king on the river? Man, we lost that one. I didn't even notice. He limp shoved king 6 off under the gun. Okay. Limp shove king 6 off under the gun, 35 BB. Fold. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that ace's hand was punty. I need more backup. Fold this jack 4. Ooh. Spidey's playing? He used to be really bad if I remember right. Okay. Kind of a double-suited trashy hand. We'll just fold. I sat at this table. I think this player is a fish. It's been a while since I played cash on WSOP.com. They're on this table too. Shit, I count this. Oh my gosh. I'm pretty sure Spidey is a spot. We're gonna check here. It's been like a year since I played, but I remember he was one of the spots. That's how long it's been since I played on WSOP Cash because I don't have notes on this computer. Knight's game at 7 or 7:30. Ace 9's a fold here for 20, and King Jack off is a fold here, 40 effective, out of position. Yep, Spidey's a spot. So what we're going to do is this. Okay. This is actually kind of close, I feel like, versus his under the gun limp beam range. Should we make a tight fold? Okay. I don't have any. My WSOP account is tapped, and I want to play with him. What just happened? Did he just limp the Jack Deuce suited? Oh no. He called the raise, which is it's a fold pre. Okay. So we got two tables of 2-5 no limit here. I can do this if you guys want, so we can keep them both on stream. We're off the PLO table. Someone was just asking. So I think this actually mixes pre-flop. So like this is the player. Like these guys are all. I know Genji's been around forever. This player's a regular. This player's a regular. So Spidey's the one we're going after here. So I've only bought in for 450 here. Queen 10. Call in position. Snap check. I think bet and check are both reasonable here. I'll mix. I rolled really high, so we'll go for a small bet. And just check folding that flop's probably not the correct answer a lot of the time. Yeah, Spidey's the spot. I'm going to fold this 10-9, fold this Jack 8. So if you're wondering why I'm not auto topping off, it's because I don't have any money in my account, and WSP only lets you put $2,500 a week online. So let's see if we can run it up in these 2-5 games. Again, this is not my specialty at all, but this is something I've been working on or wanting to work on. Um, it's definitely reasonable. Like with the rake, I'm not sure how much limping you want to do because, like you see here, it's like immediate 5% rake. Blocking some calls with the 8 of diamonds. A lot of diamond hands have to peel. We have backdoors ourselves. I think it's reasonable. Gonna fold. And like we don't really want to have a ton of a flatting range here because of the rake. When you call pre-flop, like 5% of the pot is just gone. So we're unbreaking these, but we're in these two good cash games, so we'll stay and just play. So the cash games on WSOP tend to be like pretty good. So it's good learning. Hopefully I get some good stuff to study here. This is an easy fold. So ace king 7 here, we see an overbet. I'm not sure how much overbetting there is when there's a flush draw, but it definitely makes sense to have a big bet range. The king is a really good card for Spidey. Checks back. So this person probably seems to know kind of what they're doing. If they're overbetting on that flop, they probably have a pretty good sense. And the hardest thing I think for most tournament players when they go to cash is that ranges are just so much tighter in a cash game because there's no antes. And that's the big adjustment. Fold this. Spidey wins a decent sized pot over here, which is good. Let's see what happens. Pot, 3-bet nines. Seems fine. Call. Linear range. They go ahead and range bet the queen jack 9. Seems like a loosest call for 9s there on the river. So we'll see. Be interesting to watch some of these guys that I know play cash a lot more. Should be fun. Just to kind of see with the flow, what's going on in the meta game in these games. Min raise the 6-3 suited. So Genji open deuces, which is too wide. It's too wide of an open. Deuces are a fold here in the hijack, I'm pretty sure. C-bet there. Check call the min raise, which actually seems fine. And then, okay. Actually some stuff to learn there. Versus min, I'm actually with this player. I'm actually going to mix a call in here because of the fish. I'm just going to call with the ace-3. I'm just going to call again. Our kicker doesn't play. It's going to be hard to get extra value. I'm going to peel here. And they have the king 10-0, drawing stone dead. I think I can just fold now. fold this, fold this, fold this. So we'll do this. We'll go like this. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, I think this is a reasonable way to do it. So 2.5x is going to be my standard open. I don't like the min raise that some of the regs use because rake is a pretty high. Now, I'm going to check back here. And actually, against Spidey, his range is so wide. Actually, I'm going to still check back here. Actually, I think I go ace 10 off here. With a double gutter now, I think we'll start to bluff. Get some ace highs to fold. There we go. The defending ranges are in general much tighter because there's no ante. So that leads to less c betting on the flop because you're up against, so like a lot of tournament regs are just used to like c betting their entire range on the flop, and a lot of that has to do with like the big blind got a good price pre-flop and they're going to call a lot of hands. That's not necessarily the case here in cash games because the ranges are so much tighter. Kind of interested to see how I'm going to handle myself in these games. I don't think they're the best games, but with Spidey in the game, I think they're both fine. So this one open 3-bet call. So I saw Genji open deuces from the hijack, which I think is too loose. The small pairs tend to fold in early position because you're going to get 3-bet a decent amount. King 10 off to fold. Takes it down. 4-5 is a fold. So like early position is just like here in the low jack, just a really tight. It's like a 15% open. So it's kind of like you're under the gun range in tournaments, except so this is the player that he shows for 8, shoved ace, shoved 6-4 suited EP for 8 big blinds. So this is gonna be a 3-bet. This is really close versus Dan. What is this? 8 big blinds, 7.5. This player shoves, I think, too wide. I'm going to go with the ace 7 suited here. I have a pretty big advantage here on, yeah, like 9-7 suited is just not a shove. This player doesn't have a lot of coverage here. I could play a check call. I'm just going to go for like this. I'm not sure on the exact sizing here, to be honest. With rake, I'm just going to fold. That might be too tight. Fold the queen 5. Open. Fold. Min, call. With Spidey in the big blind, I'm going to go ahead and call, but I don't think I tend to do a lot of overcalling here. This is close. I can open here. But 25, I'm going to go ahead and fold. A lot of the value of flatting here is because Spidey's in the big blind. I do have a lot of set coverage here. 7, 6s, and 3s here, a decent amount. Betting this type of hand as a bluff is semi-reasonable on the flop. And I don't think once I check back, it's just that credible for me to be bluffing. This isn't really that credible either. 9-8 would have probably bluffed beforehand. 7-8 would have. Ace-8 probably bluffs turn. Gonna fold the ace-3 off. Gonna fold king-9 off. Oh yeah. So see, is the night's game on yet, or is it on at 7:30? 7:30. Toronto one. Ooh, Islanders and Penguins are in overtime. Okay, so we got a spot here with Spidey. Check. So just because I'm playing no limit cash here, um, it's still no limit hold'em, and a lot of the principles that I talk about in tournaments, from a theoretical standpoint, still hold true. The only thing that's changed here is the range has changed because there's no antes. Pure fold. And that's the important part, is that's how ranges are changing because of the pure ante. This guy's potting it under the gun and calling pretty big squeezes. This guy might be a fishy player too. We'll take a look at this hand. Gonna have nines. That's about it here. Doesn't have much coverage at all on this board. Queen 10 off. We will peel. We'll check. So like the bottom of my range is going to be like a lot of offsuit broadways. This range is pretty capped once they check back. Having the 10 of clubs too. I think I get to go some big bets with a lot of my jack X here. If I have a hand like queen jack, king jack, jack 10, I think that's more than good enough for like an overbet here. The 7's pretty good because it fills a lot of like my 7-6, my 7-8, my 10-8. So I think this is going to be a bluff here. And I think I got to go for, I don't have as many bluffs now, so I'm going to go for a little smaller overbet here. Having the 10 of clubs isn't that great, but because it's a 7 and it fills a lot of my bluffs, I don't have enough bluffs, I think, to support like really, really big bets there. That might not be the case. Versus min raise. So I normally would, this is a fold, but it's a min raise and Spidey's in the big blind. So I'm going to flat here. Not normally something that I think a solver is going to do here. There is some flatting though versus under the gun. I actually would flat like 10s and 9s here and stuff. And we don't want to raise Spidey out of the pot, so we're just going to call. I don't think we do much raising at all versus this polarizing bet out of position. Obviously, our hand never folds. Fold the jack 8. In terms of hands that we have, we're gonna have a lot of like ace jack, some queen jack suited. I feel like I would still have 10s here a lot, so I'm not sure this shove works for him. I don't think I'm necessarily capped here. Defend the king 4. I'm gonna limp the queen 5 off. I'm gonna fold the 9-6. Pretty good hand here, blocking a lot of his flop peels, and we have like a pretty big advantage around ace X hands. King 4 here. I'm gonna peel. Could maybe actually check raise the king 4. No leading on the jack. It's important to recognize here that a lot of my jack X is going to check raise the flop. So therefore, like here's a case where normally I'd be playing mostly a 3-bet only strategy, but with Spidey in the big blind again, I'm going to adjust and just call to keep him in the pot. And I think we have a pretty easy value bet here. And I think we can even size up a little bit. And we'll fold here with king queen suited. So normally you don't do a lot of flatting here, but I'm mostly flatting because of Spidey in the big blind. Otherwise I would have just played a pure 3-bet there with king queen suited. So that's like important. Like those are the same types of adjustments I'm going to make in the tournament. Again, a lot of the concepts I'm talking about, this is why it's important to like understand why we're doing things and not just blind copying strategies, because allow you to apply them better. So king five off, we're gonna fold. So having this, weak player here definitely affects things. This is interesting when there's a player sitting out and they shove. What should we start with here? 100k. Yeah, it's not a big enough bounty to call with that hand. King queen here for like 18. So there's 86 left and 60 pay. So we're getting kind of close to the money. I don't get a shove here though for this stack size in the hijack. I don't think I play any shoves here, to be honest. So we get called. Obviously, really good flop for us. I think the 7 and the 4 is just disconnected enough where I'm going to just do a lot of small betting at 30%. Hopefully they have king 9. Without a club, I definitely want to play a shove here. I need a lot of protection. All in. King 8, that's good. I think this play is fine. I think it's perfectly fine to check raise, get in king 8 there. Nice. That was a good double up there. So we got a really nice stack here approaching the bubble. 82 left. So we're at like 40. Yeah. If we look around the table, like we're in pretty good position now approaching the bubble, which is nice. Do we have cash game ranges on? We have cash game 6 max ranges on poker coaching, right? Yeah. I need to study those more. If you want really good cash game concept, Just DTO, Justin Saliba, he's really good. He should probably make poker content for poker coaching too. I might actually have him review some of this 2-5. Now, like, I know I'm going to make plenty of mistakes here, but what I'm concerned about is just like I have a coherent thought process. I kind of follow my strategy, my plan, and everything, makes sense to me in the moment. I have a reason why I'm doing. And if I don't know what to do in a spot, like it's a spot, I think king 5 is good enough to open. Get 3-bet by Spidey, and we will just be folding. Interesting that you like rivers that fill in your turn bluff so much. Don't they also fill in your opponent's calls? Ace deuce here is close. With the deuce, actually people don't 3-bet enough. I can get away with it. This is marginal open. If he wanted to fold the ace deuce here, I wouldn't be opposed. Flatted here. We need to be pretty careful now, considering how close we are to the money. 7-5-3. We need to be pretty careful on this board, as this player can have full coverage of sets. Versus 3x. So fold 4s. There's a chance. I don't think I can flat versus 3x. So you kind of answered that question yourself, Hack. When the rivers fill my bluffs, I don't have a lot of hands to bluff with, so it ends up making it very, very credible when I bluff. So the reason I bluff there is because it's a card that like fills a lot of viable bluffs that I might be choosing. I have no idea how to play here in the small blind, so I'm just going to side on the tight side. Spidey's got a nice stack here now. You want a big pot. I missed. Oh, wow. Oh. Plotted with aces, which is pretty good. King Queen suited 4-bet seems good. So WSP has some big min caches sometimes. All right, so this is more normal. I'm going to leave this off to the side just so I can keep track of how many players. So this player opens. My 3-bet range now that we're getting close to the money is going to become a lot more polarized. I don't think I want to shove this hand, do I? For 35. I don't think shoving would be that unreasonable. There's already 13,000 in the pot. Yeah, we're getting semi close to the money. I don't want to play 3 ways out of position. I'm actually going to shove here. This seems like a lot, but I block a lot of the calls. I can get ace jack off to fold, ace queen off to fold. Wow, 9's called. I mean, I have really good equity against calling ranges still. The main reason too why I shoved there is because of how big the pre-flop raise was. I wasn't even paying attention here. I mean, we don't get a fold with a heart and a straight draw. Now we got a really big hit. Now we're one of the chip leaders. Sure, check. Queen jack. Okay. Yeah, you want to talk to everyone. We're gonna flat here. King queen suited. I would shove like king jack suited here for the same reasons I've been talking about. King queen though, I want to keep in those hands that I dominate. Threes, I think I want to just fold here with 20. Yeah. Open the king jack off. We're gonna check here. So this player can still have all the ace queens. Goes check check. I'm gonna mix here some checks and bets. I rolled for bet. A lot of my bluffs are going to come from the offsuit region. And we take it down. We can get value from all sorts of pairs. Spidey min raises here. I'm going to go ahead and 3-bet the flop here. My hand's pretty vulnerable. We've seen he min raise before with like pretty weak hands. And my hand needs a lot of protection. There we go. We can get a lot of money in now against him versus like his 6s, 7s, 8s types of hands. Nice. So we're 3 of 72 now in this 320. This is going to be a squeeze. I have no idea on sizing. Sure, we'll choose this sizing. I'm not really sure how I should be sizing. Just being honest, I don't know all the answers. Spidey calls. So we're going to have a pretty linear range here. It's going to be a pretty tight linear range. Not a great flop for our linear range. Like, yeah, we have overpairs, but all our bluffs pre-flop kind of miss with no diamond in hand. This is just going to be a check. And we just have a check fold. Big 3-bet here is reasonable. I think fold. I could. It seems too weak to flat with rake. Not entirely sure. Just being honest. So my WSOPc account is empty, so winning this tournament would be kind of nice. Check here. This is actually a pretty reasonable hand to check raise with. Again, we want to check raise with hands that could be ace-x by the river. And with this hand, we can get all his like Broadway hands to fold. We're going to have more ace deuce off, ace 8 off. Actually, I'm going to go for it here. And we can turn wheel draws. We can turn backdoor flush draws. Oh, this guy's in the pot too now. This game has gotten really good now. We have like 2 weak players. I think 3 nines here. I can just go ahead and shovel in. I'll limp versus Spidey. When I don't turn any equity, like I'm gonna have King 5 of diamonds, for example. I can start barreling that hand. He's gonna have some diamond hands. The hands I want to fold out are like hearts and clubs. So my barreling range is gonna be a lot of like spades and wow, this is a good flop. But I think these flops are really good for the player on the button. And check, and we busted here. I didn't even see how. Easy call. I think I blocked too many folds with the King of Hearts. Like I don't want to have King Queen type hands. I could bluff like 7-6, 9-10 potentially here. We're gonna go for a check raise here. Yeah, Ace-7, sure. Oh, we lost the sixes. Ran out of flush. It's unfortunate. Curious if we want to shove here. We have a lot of flush draws. We have a lot of vulnerable hands. Like if I had like ace queen or king queen, I definitely want to shove. I actually am going to just shove. With a spade here, I think I can keep barreling. Being this close to the bubble, like I don't mind like folding out flush draws and stuff. Board that we're going to see a lot of big bets on. Again, for similar reasons from that 8 high board from before. So now we're 2 of 66. I need to see how much I cashed for here. I hate how it doesn't tell you. $20. Man, we had such a good start in that tournament too. We had a lot of spots. We got in nines versus sixes there. We got in the with the ace jack for 2 bounties. Gonna fold. Okay, so now we can do this, which is kind of nice. So we're approaching the bubble here. 66 left. Yeah, I think we can start. I think this is fine to open. For 80 here, we're gonna 3-bet here. Sure. Might be a little big, but whatever. Pairs seem like good hands to overcall with, especially with Spidey in the big blind. 2 nines here. Definitely don't want to 3-bet against this player. Being 6 from the money and be covered from this player, I think I'm actually going to fold here with nines. Holy shit. This guy just limp snapped it off for 80 here. Jacks, obviously, we're all in here. Wow. Pretty sure I'm folding here. Genji can have like ace queen suited. Man, we're getting such a good price though. But this should be like aces and kings, but he's a fish. I'm gonna make a fold here. Yeah, aces, tens. Okay. Like I would have called off versus Genji, but when he calls off, it's like this should just be like a linear shoving range. Like I'm getting a good price against. I think Sports Fan is a fish too here, if I remember right, but I could be wrong. So this is kind of a weird bubble spot. There's 65 left, and this is the chip leader, and we're second in chips, which is kind of annoying. Um, Seems like a decent board that we want to go big on. They never have ace jack. Um, Bet fold seems like a very reasonable option here. I'm gonna fold 7-6. Like that's the type of hand you can defend with an ante, but I think it's just a pure fold. Um, Not folding yet, but I'm not happy about this situation. Fold. Fold. I don't think my hand is strong enough to value bet. And then, like this range should be pretty strong, but we're just shoving. I don't think there's really any other answer. We're 4 off the money. King Jack, I think, is the bottom. I think I can probably mix opens. We might jump off these tables soon, especially if Spider leaves. But like, we need to start focusing. Like, this is starting to be worth a lot of money, where playing cash isn't as important. But yeah, this punk guy is a weak player. King 10 suited. Against Spidey here, we're going to call in position. Flatting here kind of sucks. I kind of want to shove, but I'm just going to fold. I'm going to fold. Unfortunate. Feels weird not having a full buy-in, but whatever. Fold should be a pretty strong range. Whoa, what just happened? Oh, he raised Jack 7 suited. God, there's another good 2-5 game with Jimmy in the pot. I wish I had money on the site. All right, so we are now in the money. Yeah, 3 of 60, 60. 24K up top. So let's get going. Fold. Open. We'll fold. Let me see here really quick. obviously a call versus Mr. Queen 6. Now he has Queen 3. And King 9 is strong enough to open. Man, this guy just has our number. And we fold. We fold. We fold. Alright, let's get the Knights game up. Oh, we'll limp with Spidey. And we will check on this flop. Call him in raise. Yeah, this sports fan. If I remember right. Ace high with the gutter here. We have a lot of interaction on this board. I think we can just fold. Can better check here. Both my ace deuce is actually a fold. I'm pretty confident here. This is a fold. This is a fold. 8-7 is a fold. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, haven't seen any chat in a while, feel free. We'll keep playing until the 75K ends. So hopefully with a win. I need some food on break. King 4, we're going to fold. 9s is obviously an open. And for 50, we'll probably stack off. This looks like a scary flop, but like they just don't have like many pair of 5, pair of 4s, pair of deuces. Like they just have their range is so wide. Queen is a very good card for my range, but not having a spade, not having a club, I think I just check back and realize my equity here. I'm going to have some worse ace-x, I think, to bluff with here. And I think I have just enough showdown here against worse ace-6. Yeah. Easy defend versus Spidey. Good flop. And we're going to play a check raise. Obviously a great squeeze spot for us. This is that King 6 guy. There's shove. Might just raise, call it off with deuces. Yeah, 10-4 suited. Nice. Ah! Come on. That's 3 in a row versus him. King Queen here. Can't beat this guy. There's still enough like weak Queen X that we can get value from here. Oh my god, I timed out there. Wow, this is weird. Because they don't have Ace King, but I mean, like this is just never a bluff. I think there was enough like queen nine, queen eight, um, jack nine, like that we get value from here. That I liked my bet. Once I get raised here, I have to call 26 to win. I need like 25% equity. If we assume I have 8 clean outs, which I don't think is necessarily true, that's 16%. I'm actually going to make a really tight fold here. Because I don't think this is really ever a bluff. I mean, that's not true. It's just not going to be a bluff enough, I think. Ace 8 off we can call. Man, this is brutal against this guy. 3 times he's got us. I don't think we fold here with the ace of hearts. I think check raise is actually a pretty good option here. Although it's kind of scary to check raise Spidey. Turn 4. Good bluff catch with this hand. I'm going to check call. Actually, I don't know if I'm going to check call. It's not a good card, but I don't think they're really going to have overpairs too much. I think his overpairs bet the turn. I'm actually just going to bluff catch here. Yeah, ace 7. Okay. It's crazy, like, this year, I'm like, 3-0 fold here, getting buried on WSOPc. It's crazy I'm getting buried when, like, there's guys like this in every single tournament. But we can get unburied tonight. This 10-9 we're going to call. Um, Blocking 10s and 9s, which are two of the, like, very heavy value bets here. I'm going to go for a check raise here. I think it's more important to block like 10s and 9s and like aces and kings and stuff. The ace is obviously a pretty bad card for me. We're going to be pretty polarized. And I think I want to have a spade. I'm going to check, give up this hand. If I had a spade, I would barrel. Pretty good card for us. He'll have some 5x2, some pocket 5s, etc. We're going to have 9-8 as a bluff, 10-9, 5x. Having diamonds and hearts isn't the best. I'm actually going to mix this. I don't think I should pure bluff this. I rolled 29. Actually going to bluff small. I want to fold out like king queen. I think the 10 of diamonds and 9 of hearts isn't as bad as like, I don't want to have like block like king queen of hearts, king queen of diamonds, those type of hands. I want to force them to defend pretty wide here. So did you mean that fill cards are more likely to benefit you? Yeah, queens. That makes sense. Seems like a hand that's pretty good for a big bet. It's more when cards that fill a lot of my bluffs come in, it's really difficult for me to have bluffs. And in order to value bet, I need to have bluffs in my range. So if I want to value bet other hands, now that my hand's like 7-6 and 8-7 in that hand turned into a showdown hand, I need a bluff with different hands. And therefore, Queen 10 is like one of the worst hands in my range now. So I think you're thinking a little bit too much about your specific hand rather than your actual range. Genji's on the loose size here. I actually think this four bets a lot. If I make it 100, I'm probably gonna be committed. I think this is a hand that actually just wants to shovel it in for like 60. Yeah. I don't want to really make a small four bet and let like Queen Jack suited peel. So like in general, hack when a card comes on the river or turn that fills a lot of your bluffs, it's inherently a really good card for your range because it means if the river card filled all your bluffs, it means everything in your range is really strong. And if everything in your range is really strong, you should probably be betting a lot because a lot of your hands are really strong. Like that's probably the best way I can think about describing it in kind of like a easy way. I think. Pretty dry board. Check raise. We'll go and fold. We're gonna defend. We don't flop any equity, so we'll be folding. 12. Fold threes. Fold 8-7. That might be a defend, I'm not sure. Queen 5, we're gonna fold. 9-6, we're gonna fold. 6-3, we're gonna fold. This guy's a regular. I have him marked for as a rec. He probably did something that was like, yeah, that's not a thing. So I don't know yet. And we bust here. Jacks, I think, are mostly just going to call in position. Can definitely have 8s, 9s, 10s. At this stack depth, I might just shove. I would call with aces and king. I'm gonna use this as a shove. King, king, ace, king. That's a good flop. Nice. Like jacks, I think is that hand. Like queens and jacks need protection. Um, I'm not sure if shove there is good or not. Exactly, hack. Yeah. Um, 10-4 deuce. We will get some big bets here probably because we have all the jacks, queens, kings, and aces. We want some small bets too. I rolled really big, so we'll go for a pot size bet. Probably could even overbet here. Um, Having clubs here is pretty good again. I want to go kind of geometric-ish, so I need to overbet to get the money in. I'm gonna like my main value hands are gonna be here like ace 10, jacks, queens, kings, aces. Um, Clubs are really good to bluff with there because I don't block any of the backdoor flush draw floats. Um, so we busted that. So we're down to these three tables. Hockey game just started. I'm gonna get some food on break, and we'll finish up and try to win a WSOP event and reload our account here. So I actually think we're up in the cash game now. What just happened here? This Genji seems really. There's no way I don't think this can be a call with 4 or 5 suited. Like this just seems so loose pre. I could be wrong. See him play every single day, so I don't know. He might know more than me, but it just seems like a really bad hand to peel a big squeeze with versus a linear range. For the main reason of what just happened, like you're gonna run into better hearts a lot. You're gonna run into king queen of hearts, queen jack of hearts. Okay, so important. Keep in mind this Genji seems on the kind of. He's clearly good, like knows what he's doing, but I think he's too loose. Ace nine off will fold. This range is so wide. This range doesn't have a lot of 4x. I think betting like really small like this makes some sense for value. Um, I'm gonna check call. Um, he's not gonna fold ace jack or better, and like he floated this flop, he's gonna have a lot of random stuff. And then I'm gonna check here. I don't think there's. It's not strong enough to block bet for value. Um, and I just show down against like, yeah. So he has ace jack. That's fine. Um, I actually think this hand mixes a lot of folds pre-flop. It was a smaller raise though, but kind of fun. I'm enjoying playing the limit cash. I don't get to do it too often, and the game seemed pretty good. I mean, Genji's the regular in the game. This guy's a regular too, but I mean, the game seemed pretty beatable. It seems like there's a lot of mistakes being made. I mean, I'm sure I'm making mistakes too, but not sure what that is. So there's an update. So we're 13 to 43. We still got like 30-ish big blinds. Like nothing really happening. So 10-4 offs a fold. Queen 9 suited, we definitely want to play. Raise it up. Pretty fishy player in the big blind. Calls. Ace Jack 3. Probably shouldn't be any Ace Jack in this range. Jacks or aces. Probably get a little bit of big bet. This hand seems like a decent small bet candidate. And we take it down. Jack 8 suited, I don't think I want to really 3-bet too much. We're just going to call. That's obviously a good flop. I don't have jacks. I don't have 8s in my range. I would have 3-bet 8s and jacks pre-flop. 8s I might have mixed. I do have deuces, though. This might be a spot where I don't think I want to slow play here, but this hand does make some sense. Actually, I'm going to just call because like he doesn't have jack deuce. And this is a board where he's probably going to like barrel a lot because of how capped my range is, where I don't have 8s, I don't have jacks, I don't have ace jack. Um, Now I think we go for, we have a decent amount of like bluffs here. We don't block 9s, we don't block 10s. I think pot size makes some sense. And we take it down. I mean, that might just be a pure raise, but I wouldn't be surprised if it mixes with a little bit of call. Also, too, like when we're that deep stacked, the board is going to change a lot on future streets. So therefore, like calling becomes a little bit better because whenever the board's going to change a lot, it's always good for the imposition player. Ace 5 off versus 3x. I'm just going to fold. 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 Here we go. I don't want to min raise. Like, there's only one rejam stack here, too. So, and we're pretty deep with some players, so I think min raising's probably not the best strategy here. Pincher is a cash game reg who makes some pretty big ICM mistakes, but is like a very competent player. Um, Pure 3-bet here. Never calling. I think these hands fold in early position with no ante. Three ways here. I'm going to check. We get 4-bet here, and I think I just fold. I definitely don't want to jam. I think it's a little too big to flat. We do pretty bad against a polarized range. With this player behind now. Versus that size, I think folding is fine. Spotty seems to use small bets when he has big hands, or weak hands and big bets. Oh, I should have sat out. Damn it. Fold. It's pretty good probably sign when this player sits down. Ace Jack here. We're gonna have up here 3-bet. Ace Queen, I mean. Take it down. Fold there. Sit out next big blind. Sit out next big blind. We're gonna fold here. Fold here. And fold here. One more hand here, and then I'm gonna go microwave some food. Get our last hand here. Okay, I'll be back. go grab my food in a second. Not much to talk about here for 25. Um, the ace 8 is really close. A lot of my range is 8x and queen x when I call turn. I rather would have called jack 8, 10 8, 9 8. I think the ace I just don't block any. Like, I guess he could have ace 8, but I don't think he's value betting ace 8. So, like, I don't really block value, and, like, I don't really block bluffs, though, either. I mean, I'm full here. I'm going to go grab my food. All right, so we got kicked off the cash tables for inactivity, which is fine. I'm actually just going to get off of them. And what we're going to do is just do this. We're starting to get kind of deep here, so we're going to kind of focus in on this. Let me look at my OBS to make sure. Oh, yeah. So we're gonna start to focus in on this since we're getting 37 left, starting to play for a decent amount of money. So focusing on strategies there. I'm gonna do this really quick. I'm gonna turn the camera off for a few minutes while I eat, and then I'll just mute and unmute the mic as I. So I'll just do this. All right, perfect. So I was gonna hide the camera for while I eat, so you guys don't have to worry about eating. Watch me eat, and then I'll commentate, and I'll just mute my mic while I'm eating. 7-5 clearly a fold here, so we want to see what this player is opening under the gun. Hey, have a good night, John. You're probably already gone, but if you're watching the recording or something, so. Doug, stack question. How do you adjust your opening ranges when there are some short stacks that you have to call off against others that you have covered, but you are not short enough to push full? Good question. So, if there's like one stack to rejam, it's not as big of a deal because you're just not gonna like. Example, you're in the high low jack with queen 10 off and 15 big blinds, 5 players behind, 2 or 3 around 8 big blinds. Do you fold to avoid pricing yourself against them, or is this too tight? Charts assume symmetrical stacks, so this may be more of a general concept. No, I didn't forget my food. I was still in the microwave. So we're gonna be all in here for 30. This will get interesting if stilt jams. Now we just have an easy call. So it's a really, really good question, Doug, and that's actually good observation that you don't want to play by charts in that spot. And the one thing that's kind of interesting though is that while you are priced in against the eight big blind stacks, I would still min raise the queen ten off. And the reason is that it's a profitable call against them. So you're not putting yourself in them where you have to make a negative EV call. It's still going to be a profitable call once you raise. And the eight big blind stacks just can't do much against you. They just have to have a hand. So there's not really bluffing. They're just going to have to overfold versus, let's say they had 20 big blinds. Well, sometimes they're going to flat and you have to play post flop, etc. And so, yeah, they're actually going to have a tighter range because they have no fold equity. In which, when they know you don't have fold equity, you just get to kind of raise a bit more. But it's something I haven't done a lot of work on, to be honest. So I don't know the 100% crest adjustment. And that's like something I probably should actually look into and study more. And it's actually kind of you know a little important thing to look at is just like because we don't play with symmetrical stacks, so it's an important yeah. Kelly says we are raise folding with queen 10 versus an 8. It's really close. I probably would raise call. I think we have too much equity to fold with queen 10, but I could be wrong for sure. I definitely could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure we can still just raise call off queen 10 off. So we put in two big blinds. Let's say this is close for five. I need 40, but we have these two players behind. So if you put in two, they shove for eight on the button. Let's say the blinds fold. There's going to be 2.5 from the blinds and antes plus your two, so that's 4.5 plus there's eight, so there's 12.5 in the pot. And you got to call six. So you need like 32% equity with queen 10 off. I mean, it's pretty close. But if they're shoving all pairs and like a lot of just ace X off, you're just going to have quite a bit of equity. So with 30 here, we have to be a little bit careful. There's a lot of rejam stacks here. 30 here. What do we want to do? I think this actually might mix some 3-bet fold. I'm going to 3-bet fold here. I think calling kind of is reasonable, but I want to fold out offsuit hands, some ace highs. I can fold out king, queen, king, jack. Um, I think this is the region I do want to 3-bet from, but I don't have a ton of 3-bets here. This might be a little small too, but I think it's fine. We don't have a huge risk premium here. We get shoved on, which is going to happen. Like this is why we don't 3-bet too much because we're giving him a very good price to 4-bet shove. But I think that's a reasonable hand to 3-bet fold there. I think flatting would have been okay. fold this king five suited. All right, just checking with you guys. Yeah, finishing up eating here. Not much action going on. I'll comment if there's anything worth. Kelly says King 10 suited and hijack versus low jack is a pure call at 30. Yeah, not surprising. Um, I think it changes a little bit with the risk premium adjusted. I want to be flatting a little bit less. But yeah, I mean, I could definitely see flatting being a potentially better answer there. King Queen off. We have a min raise here. Kelly says at 40 it's mixing, at 30 it's a pure call. Yeah, I just marked it to take a look at that to make sure. I know like button versus under the gun, like we don't do a ton of three betting, but like king nine suited is one of the hands we want to do it with. So I figured king nine suited on the button, maybe like king 10 starts to creep in there. All right, so 20 versus. I don't have much time back. I'm going to raise here because two of the hands I really want to raise to get the money in with here are kings and queens. So like king queen off makes for a decent hand, I think, to raise the flop with. Yeah, I'm interested there. I'm gonna look at that hijack low jack spot. Thank you, Kelly, for pointing that out. I'm gonna take a look and kind of make sure. I guess we three bet more like H jack off, ace 10 off, maybe. Are we three betting like king nine suited then? If king 10 suited is flatting. 29 left, so we're gonna be much tighter with our defense. Queen 7 off. This is close with like a built-in little bit of risk premium. I'm actually gonna fold. So there's 29 left. There is like a reasonable pay jump from 28 to 27, and then like to 18. So these like hands like queen 7 off. For less than 20 here, I think jam is just the best answer here. Kind of sucks, but every other option sucks. I think jam is the best. Oh, we run to it. It's unfortunate. Wow, we get very lucky. Like for less than 20, like I'm not jamming a ton here, but like the jams that I'm gonna have are like offsuit aces, deuces through like sixes, like small pairs, maybe some like 9-8 suited, 10-9 suited that get some dominated hands to fold and have good equity. Wow, very lucky there. I was just muted for a little spiel. I'll say that again when I get back. All right. Sorry. Um, Nate's get his dinner. I actually just fed him. He was whining to go outside. He's just antsy. He wants to play. Um, Normally, if I'm playing the night session, I give him a second walk. He always gets to walk morning, and then I always give him a walk after my session, kind of no matter what time I finish playing. But lately, I've started to give him walks again in the afternoon because he to like kind of wear him out before I start playing, and I didn't do that today, so now he has energy and he wants to play. Yeah, so queen nine suited, king nine suited. That makes sense. So those hands want to three bet more in like chippy V, and then once you like layer on our like minor risk premium, like 3 to 4% risk premium, it's not a lot, but it's enough that probably makes like those king nine, queen nine suited hands like more of a fold and less three bet, and then like king ten suited, like we just don't flat as much because we don't have as much equity, and because the opening range is gonna be tighter. And I think like layering on the king ten suited three bet is probably pretty reasonable. And like people tend to overfold to three bets as well, so like just having that extra fold equity is good. King six, we're gonna open 4 of 28, so in a really good spot here. Ace eight suited, three betting, that makes sense. Ace ten off is similar, which makes sense. So I'm gonna fold button cutoff hijack low jack fours. We're playing like 25 effective. These small pairs, like I just don't seal the blinds very much because I don't have a blocker, and so I'm just gonna go ahead and fold. There's a chance you can make an argument that they this is a profitable open, but like it's not gonna be that profitable, so I'm fine passing on it. The other reason Ace was whining Kelly was because I'm eating my dinner, which just is like a rice bowl with chicken and veggies, and he loves chicken, and so he was laying under my desk, and he's just smelling chicken, which is driving him crazy. Now he's out in the kitchen eating his dinner. He doesn't beg for food. He's very good, but he will let you know if it drives him crazy. Like he doesn't. He'll like sit and wait for food. Versus big bet here, or big raise. I'm just gonna fold. I guess it's a little bit relevant. It's not super relevant, but while I'm eating, I think like an important thing that like, queen ten suited here. Now that we cover, we don't really have much of a risk premium versus this player. I'm going to flat here in the small blind. Being in the small blind, we were getting a really good price. Probably be check and folding multi-way. With the 7 and the 6, the big blind will have a decent amount of interaction, which helps us clear MDF. So could have potentially opened that queen six suited, but it's close and marginal, and I don't mind kind of like preserving my big stack here because I think I have a pretty big edge on this field. So, um, oh, what was I say? Like one thing I think I do really well as a tournament player involving food. I really like cooking, so I'm meal prepping, and I meal prep in a way where like basically I had a 5 minute break there and was able to whip up like a homemade meal because I've already prepped like all my like rice for the week. I prepped all my veggies for the week. I had a bunch of like chicken thighs that I had grilled up or sautéed up. So basically, was just able to put like rice, chicken, veggies, all in a bowl. Throw. I normally don't like to try not to use the microwave too much, but like that's all I have time for. And then I had like a homemade honey mustard sauce that I had made for salads and sauces. Threw that on top, and boom, had a break. Able to have like a nice homemade meal in like 4 minutes, which is really helpful for a tournament player. So if you play tournaments, I would recommend if you don't have someone that can help you like with food and stuff, um, using learning how to like meal prep properly. It's pretty good. Something I actually like enjoy. Cooking is probably one of my biggest habits outside, or not habits, but like enjoyments outside of poker. I made an insane chicken parmesan dish the other night. This is a big pot. What happened here? 30 effective. Limp. No. back on camera because I'm done eating. Um, this was like a snap jam. So normally, what a snap jam, how I like interpret these timing things, is it's like a very easy shove, but also it's not the top of the range. It's not polarized. It's more middle in the range, and yeah, a lot of that's gonna be like ace jack, ace queen, ace king off, but it's also gonna be like suited broadways and like ace nine, ace eight, ace seven suited. So I think we have a call here. Yeah. So this is like what I was talking about. Like, yeah, he's gonna have this hand sometimes. It's just what it is. Diamond. Nope. But like when they shove like really quickly there, I would have called a lot tighter because it's just like not like a. It's the stone like middle of their range there, if that makes sense. So in general, like long tanks or are more polarizing, and like really quick actions are a lot more condensed. Like I would have exploitably folded ace 10 off there. I'm pretty confident because of how quickly he shoved. I think it's just really heavily weighted towards like pocket eights, pocket sevens, pocket nines, pocket sixes, king queen suited, all these hands. But like ace 10 suited has too much equity there. Having the extra like 3-4% equity pre-flop is just too much to pass up. But with like ace 10 off, I think I would have been able to find a fold there. So that's kind of how I would use timing tells, especially in live poker. Tanks are very polarizing. I mean, it's like maybe the what are the meal prep tips? um, Here I'll pull up I'll pull up a few of my favorite. Um, oh, I'm on Jonathan's YouTube. I can still do this. This channel, Basics with Babish, is really good to learn stuff. That's more a little more gourmet. And then if you want like Jonathan's gonna get all this cooking stuff now. I love this channel. This is a really good um, channel. Yeah, so like meal prep, a lot of meal prep stuff. Mexican meal prep. I actually copied this. This is a really good meal prep. Okay, so 9-8 deuce. We have offsuit nines. We have over pairs. We're going to be doing a decent amount of checking here. I'm going to check this back to realize my equity and bluff more with like king 10 off, those type of hands. If that's half pot, we still need to defend with like 2/3 of our range. We're gonna have some 8x, pocket sevens, pocket sixes. We still have to defend a lot of high card hands. Ace king here is gonna be a pure call. Turn 7 is not very good. It fills a lot of the bluffs for the big blind. Hands like 10-7, 7-6, 7-5, Jack 10, all improved. Once he checks, I will have some Jack 10 and stuff here. I kind of want to like potentially. I don't think I want to bluff this hand. How do I bluff here? Queen 10 I think would be a good way to bluff. I'm gonna lose here a lot, but yeah, it's fine. I think that was played pretty standardly. Ace 4 off, we're gonna fold. Um, this channel is really good. Pro home cooks, and then this channel is really good. Yeah, so this is a good channel too. Those are the three channels that I follow a lot. And now Jonathan's gonna follow them too, because I searched for him on his YouTube. So that's all me that matters. I love cooking for other people. I like cooking for others. It's one of my favorite things to do. Cooking for your like, I don't like cooking for myself that much. I like cooking for others though. Oh my god, yeah, but like this chicken parm dish, I still an open. We get shoved on here, which sucks, which means we're going to fold. Five, three offs a fold. King Jack here for 20. I get a raise here some, fold. I can limp call, and I think I can jam. I think all three options are very viable with this hand. I rolled really high for a jam. So I'm going to go against what I just said. The reason I'm not going to jam is a lot of the value in jamming here is like hands like ace 7 off, ace 6 off, ace, like with the risk premium that's built in, have to fold. And I actually think I just get a bet here for value because he misses the flop so much here. This is like a value bet. And I think I'm going to check call turn. The reason I want to jam is because like I don't think he's going to fold those hands and he's going to call too much, which I think makes jamming worse. Check call is fine, and like this hand is a decent hand to 3x as well. He just snap bets here. He's gonna have stuff like 9-8 of diamonds, 8-7 of diamonds. I think this is a pretty clear check call. I'm gonna have a lot of ace highs. Oh, no, this is annoying. I mean, he doesn't have an ace high hand. I think I do a pretty good job of unblocking bluffs here. Blocking king 3 of diamonds is pretty nice. 6-4, 7-6, like 8-7 suited type hands. I might have enough ace highs though. Blocking king, queen, queen, jack is pretty nice though. I feel like I'm supposed to call there sometimes with king, jack high. I'm gonna mark this hand. I'll have a lot of queen X that I check turn with as well. I think if I have a hand like queen 8 suited or something, I want to check call because he has so much air in his range. So I probably have a lot of queen X. and then I probably like I have some ace highs that I have to call with. And then like king jack, like it's never going to be a pure call. So he bet like I have to defend like 60%. I have to call like 60% of the time, and like it's probably I'm going to have a lot of ace highs, some pocket pairs, but I have a lot of unpaired hands, so it's kind of close. I think. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm supposed to like call here like 30% of the time or something. Definitely he has a lot of bluffs, but the one thing too is like he could just bluff with like ace four, ace deuce, which he shouldn't be, and then that's a disaster. But I don't think there's any chance we get to check fold the turn. But I mean, again, I could be wrong. Maybe we're potentially supposed to check the flop a lot more. In theory, when I 3x the big blind there, the small blind, he's supposed to just call with like aces, kings, queens, jacks, tens, nines, even eights. But I don't think that's happening. So he doesn't really have any pairs, which is to my benefit. He could have aces. I think people find aces and kings sometimes. I don't know. So we still have like 10 bigs here. 17 left. We're in 16th place. Pincher is just on a heater now. We'll fold the jack seven suited. If we double up, like we're in pretty good space. Like these tournaments are normally pretty shallow. Like yeah, like 160. Like still in plenty of good shape. What we'll do if things don't go well in here, I'll stay on the stream for a few minutes and we'll go through a few of these hands. Whoa, big pot. Dan runs so good on this site. Plays so tight and just gets it. These good players play so bad though that like it's a good try. All right, ace four suited here. Um, this is close. I mean, it's the bottom. I think I fold ace deuce suited, but I think ace four suited. We just go with it. And the reason is like the big blind's calling with deuces, so having that extra overcard there and like against like deuces and threes makes a little bit of a difference. Against nines, wow, we get there. Boom. That's twice we've gotten it in really bad. All right, fold this. Cooking for yourself is probably a yellow zone, and cooking for family. So yeah, it probably stimulates. That makes sense that it would stimulate different parts of the brain. Pull up the other table. Five six suited is going to be a call. interesting here if I ever want to like check raise. I don't think so. I think more like I would check raise with like some deuce X of diamonds, but um, I also think maybe to like even like in an ICM situation, I could turn like a weak queen into a check raise bluff here. You tend to see in a risk in ICM situations post flop. Um, it's not 100%, but like in chip EV, we check raise a lot of like backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw with an overcard hand. In ICM, you see a lot more check raising like bottom pair, middle pair type of hands, and the reason is you're more incentivized to want to win the pot right now, and so blocking middle and bottom pair, you block more continues, and so you're more worried about blocking continues a little bit rather than the equity, um, because ranges are slightly more polarized. Fold here. 12 of 17. Be fun to win a tournament on stream. Oops. Yep, crypto. I was gonna see how many people are watching right now. 18. Oh wow. What happened? Oh, he just opened jam deuces. Whoa. Yeah, it's fine. Obviously. King 6 is a fold. I've briefly toyed around with the thought. I've had a couple people trying to convince me that I should stream on Twitch. Um, and I'm considering it, trying it out, and seeing how I like it. Um, I see positives and negatives, but yeah, I am considering it. I'm kind of working out maybe some ideas, some ways, just different ways to go about it. I think. Think I have a big enough following where I could grow an audience pretty quickly. Um, so we'll see. We'll see. I've also so what I've been doing actually. This is a really good exercise for everyone. What I've been doing the last 3 sessions I've played. I know Kelly's in the chat, and I've had him do this, and he's had some pretty good success. I've recorded my entire sessions, and I've talked out loud. Basically, I've done exactly what I've done today, except I don't go on the tangents, like talk to myself. Um, 6-5 suited is just a fold here, but basically, I talk out my entire thought process, and it really. The main thing I've gotten out of it, it really helps me focus. It makes it less likely for me to get distracted because there's not as less like I'm busy the whole time talking. And so I felt in like the last 3 sessions, I felt like I played really well. So basically, here in the like for example here, the other day I final tabled the 2 1500K, and I basically have 7 hours of live stream coverage. So my students will probably get copies of that. But yeah, Twitch streaming is something like because I've actually enjoyed it, just talking out loud my thought process. I think there's been some actual benefits for it. Um, showing how I play, like there's a little bit of downside, but a lot of the good players don't watch. A lot of the players that watch, I feel like, are not the players I'm as worried about watching. Maybe like unless I'm at like a big final table or something, then yeah, I'm giving something up for sure. But it's one of those things that like I don't put myself out there very much, so I may or may not enjoy it, but we'll see. All right, I'll be back. I'm on break. Oh, I missed a fight in the hockey game. No, they were just pissed we scored. All right, 3-2 Wild. Now we need one more. For Twitch, you could test run it with some coaching streams. Matt, Vanessa Cade said it was minus EV for her because she tried to entertain. We'll do it again. That's when. Oh. So it's something I might try. Yeah. So the coaching streams, like, I think I would do like a lot more, like definitely do some like kind of steady type of streams. Um, I'm trying to figure out how to like monetize it more, cause like I think it's something that I definitely could like to do, but to incentivize for me to do it, there's got to be some upside. And so I'm considering some ways to kind of monetize in terms of the Twitch stream. Obviously, like I would get more coaching requests than I could ever ask for. But like I don't know yet. I might make some like what I might do is just make some like short like let's see here, Jack 4 suited. Like shoving is profitable here, but I think we want to still limp a decent amount, and I think I'm going to go for a limp here. This could like you definitely could argue shoving for sure. 833. I don't think we want to bet with clubs because we want to block diamonds, hearts, and spades. Clubs are what he's going to fold a lot of. So I'm going to check and just check fold. Turn 8. Check. Fold. I think we need to call like every king high, every ace high, like queen highs. 14 of 14. So that's not the best, but it's alright. Do you make money by doing so? That's the thing with Twitch. I think you don't make a lot of money from the actual Twitch streaming. A lot of money that you make is from like I think you need to have a product to sell. And so that's something that I'm kind of going about thinking about. I might make some like little coaching videos or something that I could sell for like, 20 bucks each or something where I can sell to the audience and give away and all that type of stuff. Um, Obviously, I have coaching hourly I can sell, but yeah, that's something I'm considering. You'll probably see me try it. I might try it next week. If so, I will let you guys know. Jack 10 off for 11. I think chip EV I can shove here. I think I want to be slightly tighter right now with my risk premium. Oh, button, cut off, hijack, low jack. This is really close. I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to min raise fold this because I think it's really close. I still want to have some min raise for value with like aces and stuff. So I think this is fine to min raise here and then fold to shoves. There we go. Get it through. It's nice. Ace 9 off. I think same thing here. I don't think that I can't shove this, but I think this is a really good hand to min raise steal. That's not good. So we'll go ahead and fold here. 5-3 off, so obviously going to be a fold. I'm just going to take my time. I'm not going to use time bank, but there's a decent pay jump here from 13 to 12. So something to keep in mind of, like there's 14 left. It's a pretty sizable pay jump, um, like 30% almost from 13th to 12th. Obviously, we're in like last place, but there's a bunch of other shorter stacks that can bust here. And 9-7 off, obviously going to be a fold. Big pot going on the other table. Um, this is going to be a shove. It folds to us. Cooking instructions. Yeah, I could live stream some Twitch Twitch cooking. All right, guys, we're all in. Oh, we got snapped. Can we get a win? Ooh, by force. A lot of outs. 9, 5, 6, 8, 7. There we go. Boom. All right, big pot. All in on the other table. Still need two people to bust for that pay jump. Ace 3 versus 9s. Looks like Ace 3 is going to bust. Yep. So we are on the money bubble of, well, not the money bubble, but pretty big pay jump. Important pay jump. How many hours a week do you spend on private coaching? Right now, I have probably like 3 to 4 sessions a week. It's something I could up. I mean, we got to fold here. Ooh, nice. All right, so we got that pay jump. It's a guaranteed 1900. Next pay jump. Excuse me, get the hiccups. I ate my dinner too fast. So the next pay jump is at 9, and there's 12 left. So our risk premium right now is much lower um, than because we're like 3 spots away from the next pay jump. Versus when we get to 10, it's going to be a lot higher. So right now, I mean, we're not playing chip EV. We probably still have like maybe like a 5% risk premium. And then with like 11 left, maybe we have like a 10%. And with like 10 left, we have like 12 to 15. Jack 9 off is close-ish. Because we're still like 3 spots away, I'm going to go ahead and peel. Like I said, our risk premium isn't as high right now because of the you know, let me check. I mean, obviously we have spades to peel. Curious if we get to defend this versus small bet. Checks. Okay. 7 doesn't really do much for him. I rolled really low. I'm going to check. We still are going to check a lot here. We're still the big blind. We have a pretty wide range. I want to bluff with this sometimes. It's really hard not having a time bank right now. Wow, that's a great river. Our hand's not really strong enough to check raise. I don't have a time bank, so I don't gonna like over bet here necessarily because like he can still have flushes, um, but they're not gonna make up a massive part of his range. They'll make up a if he shoves here. I think we just have to call off. Um, but he doesn't have 10-8, doesn't have 10-7. We have a lot of bluffs here, so again, we want to size up because it allows us to bluff more efficiently with bigger bets. Is 4-4 an ICM call there? It's probably fine to close, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he ran it in for 7. I don't have the right answer there. It's definitely close. I wouldn't snap it, that's for sure. I'd think about it and probably call. I think you just have enough equity there still, but the thing is, like, his risk premium isn't that high because, like, it's almost non-existent because, like, if he doubles me up, it's not a big deal. 10-8 suited here. This is really tight. I didn't have much time. I'm not sure. I was considering shoving there. I think shoving is better than min raising there with 10-8 suited. But I'm gonna get rejammed on so much there. It's kind of costly. That might. I mean, I don't. I think I'm supposed to be pip here. That was probably a mistake. But I think I know like I'm folding like 6-7 suited there and 7-8 suited, and there's not a ton of difference between like 10-8 and 7-8 suited there. No, I don't coach any cash games, hack. So it's just I'm not studied enough in cash to be coaching people or charging people for coaching. All right, Knights are on the power play, down 1. So I feel pretty studied in these spots, on these ICM spots, pretty comfortable with what our correct strategy is here. We're folding this, which is nice. It makes me easy to execute. I would like to get a time bank here, but actually we can look here. When do I get a time bank? Oh boy, not for another 2 levels. After 15k big blind. Fold here. Nine seven's a fold. Open 3-bet shove here. Queens versus ace queen, pretty standard stuff. Yeah, Doug says I've been thinking about getting some coaching. I just don't play high enough stakes for it to be a good short-term investment, but it'd be a lot of fun, fulfilling. So it might be worth. That's the thing with like private coaching. Like, um, in terms of like the hourly rate you have to pay, um, like training sites, like are just going to be a better option. They're going to be more efficient. Uh oh. Um, what's going on here? My internet's working on the live stream for the internet's working on the hockey game. Is it just WSOP? Yeah, like Twitter worked here. The internet's working for everything else. Poker coaching, I can get on the internet here. Why did WSOP? Um, Let me text Boo's gone. Um, okay, hold on one second. Dan said, hold on, guys. I think WSOP. I need to get on my phone to. Oh, hold on. I might have to. This stream might have to. I texted Juice. He said it's working fine for him, but the person next to me also just disconnected. He's stalling for me. I'm trying to log on to my phone. Okay, I'm on my phone playing right now because it's WSOP just had a problem with Nevada. So that might be it for the stream right now. Okay, so I have pocket threes. We're on the button with 11 big blinds. We will be shoving all in if it folds to us. Yeah, this is obviously not ideal. I'll probably kill the stream in a few if this. I don't think I want to rejam that hand. So here's the issue. WSP doesn't open on my computer for some reason. And so I have to uninstall and reinstall to get WSOP to open. So let me do this, and this will take like 5 minutes. And then if I'm still in the tournament, then we'll keep going. Um, All right, now I'm all in with 2 7s. Dan raised. I have 12 big blinds and 2 7s, so I'm going to rejam. Dan folded, so we got that through. So we have 15 big blinds. So I'm going to commentate. Yeah, it's the site. They've had issues before where like New Jersey players are fine, and then freaking Nevada players are like not fine. So I uninstalled WSOP. So like this is I don't like get why I have to do this. Now I have to reinstall it. This will take like 2 minutes, and then I can get back on. Let's check Twitter really quick, see what they say. If anyone on Twitter just said anything. Queen Jack off with 16. I'm gonna fold here. So we're on the bubble now. There's the final table bubble. There's 10 left now. So there's a decent pay jump at 9. I'm 8 of 10 with 238k at 15k big blind. All right. So once this reinstalls, I'll open up and hop on in between a hand onto the computer. But yeah, I'm still playing here on the phone. I don't want to kill the stream because like we have a chance here. All right, so we have 10-7 off in the big. NJ Pincher min raised. We have 15. Normally chip EV. Chip EV is a call. I think with there's a smaller ante in play because we're only playing 5-handed, and with the ICM implications, we just fold. So Chrome King is on our table with 5 big blinds, and we have 212. So with 10 left, it kind of plays like a final table because there's a page up at 9. So I folded the 10-7 off in the big blind because of there's a 5 big blind stack on the table. I haven't killed the stream yet. Once this does, we'll be back up here in a few if it lets me log in on the computer. So now I got to install this. This is what I do before every single session. I don't know why it does this. I need to make sure. Let me grab a phone charger really quick. Ooh, we have 2 queens. With 13 in the cutoff, we're going to min raise. I can't see what my phone battery is at, so I had to get a phone charger. We raised min raise in the cutoff with 13. Button fold, small blind folder. NG pinchers in the big blind with the big stack. And he folds. We take the blinds and antes, which is fine. 2 5s with 15 here in the hijack. With a couple of shorter stacks than this. I'm actually going to fold. These small pairs just don't play very well. Okay, so we're going to gamble here. I'm going to log off on my phone really quick, and hopefully it lets me log back on here. Alright, I think we're good. Perfect. Alright, we're good. Alright, we're back. I'll let you guys know. So we are 8 of 10. All right, so 1020K blinds now. Blinds are chip leader has like 40K, 800K. Um, this is a fold. Oh, all in a call here. This guy shoved king 5 off. That seems pretty bad. Wow. Yeah, that's not good. That's annoying. 10-9 off is going to be a fold. Um, Queen 7 is just going to be a fold. So we still got Chrome King has 5 big blinds. So like a reasonable pay jump, 25% jump. So and Juice gets a walk. So like we're 9 of 10 now. This is the short stack, Chrome King. Versus min raise, we're gonna have a wow. We got a walk there. That should not happen. So that's nice. Oh, King Deuce off. I mean, this is gonna be a shove if it folds to us. And now we're gonna fold. I don't mind the WSOP. The rumor is before the bracelet events, they're gonna have their new software launched. So that would be nice. But who knows? I don't think there's enough time now for that, but who knows? We'll see. Queen 6 off is a fold. All in and a call over here. This is the player at risk. We need a king 10, just not a 9. There we go. Final table. Yeah, I play on Bet Online a decent amount. I think they have a pretty good stock. Awesome. All right, so final table. We're going to fold. So I've had some really good runs lately. I got like fifth on Tuesday in like the $200, 215 or 150K. I got man yesterday in the 1K 400K. I had a flip. We were in the money with like 40 left. It was 100K up top. I had a flip for a lot of chips. I've been making a lot of deep runs lately, which is good. Um, so we got one really big stack, two big stacks, two medium stack, three medium stacks, one, two, three clear short stacks, and then kind of like a fourth that's in between a short and a medium. So it's kind of important. Um, keep track of that. Ace nine of diamonds here. If I had like 12, I wouldn't do a lot of shoving. Um, this is gonna be a hand I think I just shove. I can't raise. I think it's too weak to raise call, and I don't think I want to induce. If this was ace nine off, I'd fold. I'd even fold ace 10 off, I think, here. But I think ace 9 suited I want to shove. Ooh, we get called by sixes. Ooh, nice. Hold. Ace. Yes. Doubled up. Now we're in good mid stack spot. Hold on. Nice. So now we're one of the mid stacks after doubling up there, which is really good. Also, it's kind of important. Normally, I don't pay attention to the payouts very much, but on WSOP the payouts are normally really weird. So we got a $900 jump, then a $1,000 jump, 14, 15, 19. This is actually a pretty normal payout structure. Okay, so that's not apply. I don't need to even look at the payouts anymore then because this is pretty normal-ish. It's not going to affect, but sometimes like WSOP.com tournaments get it where like the payout is nothing. Like the pay jumps are meaningless at certain points. God's big toe in the house. Um, let's see here. This is just a fold. Chippy V, this is a call. Ace 9 suited. These suited aces. If you remember from Wednesday, our webinar, what types of hands do we really like to rejam? Suited aces. So if we get an open here, even with the short stack here, like, yeah, I think we're going to be all in here. I think we're all in here. There's no flatting here. These suited aces play really, really, really well as rejams. He still needs to have a hand to call us. Yeah, we're all in. I think ace jack off should still fold. Oh, this is not good. Oh my gosh, that's not good. Oh my gosh, just run into aces. Six. Ah, that's pretty annoying to run into aces there. I'm pretty confident that like that's fine. Shoot. All right. Um. All right. So we get ninth for 2462.4. For only cash. All right, guys. So that is it for tonight. Um, Unlucky there, but we got pretty lucky multiple times being all in there. Um, I'd find it really hard for the ace nine suited not to be a rejam. I would like fold sixes there and stuff. Sixes I would fold, like eights I might even fold, but I think I like nines plus suited aces, king queen, king jack suited, queen jack suited, ace queen off, ace jack off. Like I just shove all those hands. So like I just shove like a pretty linear range, I think. Um, yeah, and I mean we only have one player left to act. I mean obviously it's like this range to call off has to be like um, jacks plus ace king. I think that's the call off range there. So that's like not happening that much. And then like Pincher's going to be like raising a lot. He's a cash game guy. He's going to be opening a lot. He still needs to have a hand to call. So I think my rejam is like not even really questionable. I would fold ace nine off. I think I need like ace jack off. But yeah, overall, I think we played pretty good. We got a good opportunity here. And kind of let's just wrap it up. Um, to wrap it up into like, whoa, I don't know how fours are all in here. All right, it looks like he was short. That's that guy that blasted before. So yeah, cool. I'll wait for the stream to catch up, and then I need to mark my ending balances 35, and then on the ACR. So a pretty good winning session, I think, actually. Um, we were in for like 400, 1250, and we cashed for like 2500. So it's like a 200% ROI. It's pretty damn good. All part of the process. Good deep run.